Morning, everyone. Hello. Good morning. I was afraid she might hit me with that or something. Good morning to Committee of the Whole for May 7th. Apologies for the short delay, but things are moving in this town fast and furiously. So we have a few things, little extra things to do. So welcome to the meeting. And before I ask for an approval of the agenda, I'll ask the Deputy Mayor if she would read the land acknowledgement.
I certainly would. I would like to acknowledge that Wolfville is situated in Mi'kma'ki, the ancestral and unceded territory of the Mi'kmaq. And as such, ask that we conduct our business with the 7 sacred teachings in mind: truth, honesty, love, courage, respect, wisdom, and humility.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. And I'd just like to note, Councillor McKay is joining us from up there. Hi, Councillor McKay. And so, Deputy Mayor, could we have a motion to approve the agenda, please?
I would move that we approve today's agenda.
Thank you. Is there anything to add or change? No. Okay. Motion.
I will second
Seconded.
that.
Sorry. Thank you. All those in favor, please indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? That's passed. And we have 3 minutes. First one, Deputy Mayor, Committee of the Whole minutes of April 2nd.
I would like to move that we approve the Committee of the Whole minutes of April 2, 2024.
And a seconder, please. Thank you, Councillor Palmer. Are there any changes to those minutes? Seeing none, all those in favor, please indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Those are passed.
I would also like to move that we pass the Committee of the Whole minutes from the in-camera session also on April 2nd, 2024.
Thank you. Seconder, please.
I'll second that.
Thank you, Councillor Butler. All those in favor, please indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Those are passed. And the third one.
And I would also like to move that we approve the minutes of the Special Committee of the Whole budget minutes of April 16, 2024.
And a seconder, please. Thank you, Councillor Ingham. Are there any changes to those minutes? Seeing none, all those in favor, please indicate by saying aye. Aye. Opposed? Those are passed. And that brings us, we have 2 presentations, and welcome first from the Annapolis Valley Regional Library, Julia Merritt and Janet. I don't know if you're going to be part of the presentation as well. Okay. Julius, okay. And I don't know, Julia, if you would come up either there or there, and if you need staff, Laura will assist you in getting the technology going. Janet Ness is also going to be part of the presentation, I guess. Just for the Zoom audience.
This one.
And whenever you're ready.
All right, good morning.
Morning.
Are we on? Yes. Okay. Good morning. Thank you so much for having us here this morning. For those of you I haven't met before, my name is Julia Merritt. I am the CEO of Annapolis Valley Regional Library. I'm here to briefly provide you with some updates on the library's general activities this past year, as well as update you on the library funding formula review. So the good news about 2023-24 is that use of the library is continuing to increase. Services are more in demand than ever. Overall library usage has increased by 5%, with the highest areas of increase being in Wi-Fi and computer usage, actually, which were over 10% increase over last year. We also issued over 4,000 new memberships, meaning that 1 in 5 Valley residents has an active library card, active meaning was used within the last 24 months. So you may have a library card in your wallet and consider yourselves a member, and we still have you on file, but you're not active unless you've been in the last 24 months. So that's 1 in 5 residents, it being active user, which is fantastic. Also, the Same Page consortium that we entered into in 2022 continues to grow. People are continuing to find value in sharing with the rest of the province, and that usage grew over 20% in 22-23 as well. So a really massive amount of items and value being shared there. However, as you can see from the letter that was also included in your package, the library's most recent letter to the ministry in March, AVRL is struggling financially quite significantly, and we are reducing staff and services, mostly in the administration area, but also in programming in order to maintain continuity of service in terms of hours and locations as much as possible. Which then leads me to the update on the province's public library funding review. The current formula ends as of March 31st, 2025. It is a fixed formula for 5 years with no adjustment annually for inflation. So government has formed a committee, and that committee has now had its first meeting as of April, with several more meetings scheduled for June. The committee is composed of library CEOs, board members, from across the province, as well as ministry staff and a representative from the NSFM. The Council of Regional Librarians has already completed significant background work in 2023, setting out a shared vision and strategic priorities for funding. And this year we are conducting studies on wage ranges, as well as for collections and technology. So we will have up-to-date data to inform the funding model proposals. The committee's mandate is to complete the proposals of various options and its recommendations by this fall, at which point the ministry will be reaching out to consult with municipalities on the options that are available. We'll also be in touch regularly during this process to make sure that municipalities are updated. And that's really all I have to say in terms of an update, but I'd be happy to take any questions that you have at this time.
Thank you so much, Julia. Our two members of council, are there any questions for either Julia or our representative from Wolfville? And are you still the board chair? Janet Ness, Deputy Mayor.
I have a comment more than a
Sure.
question.
Question or comment?
First of all, I think it's kind of astounding that the numbers went up again. Like during the pandemic, people wanted to read, but that trend is continuing, and that must make you feel very positive for sure. It's a great uptake. I would like to pass along kudos to your staff in Wolfville for this winter's work of taking care of community members who are housed in red tents. Alice Green and others went above and beyond, and they just deserve congratulations. So if you pass that along as the boss.
I will do.
Thank you.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. Other comments? Questions? Good, thank you so much.
Thank you.
Always a pleasure to have you join us. Right. And the next presentation is from Jeremy Strong, the new WBDC coordinator, and Kelly Van Nykirk. I don't know, Kelly, as you are the president or co-president. You're both going to come up and okay, well, that's great. Kelly Van Nykirk. I hope I pronounced your last name right. Nykirk, Kelly Van Nykirk. Thank you for that. If you just, do you need support from our staff to set you up there?
And you're good to go. Just hit the microphone.
Great. Okay. Thank you for inviting us in, or allowing us to come in to present today. So we were here almost a year ago, and we did a similar presentation. And so the purpose of this is to just really speak to kind of what we achieved last year, and then what we are going to be doing going forward this year. And I've included a few slides on where we stand from a financial perspective as well, because I know the last time we met, there was some questions around the WBDC's reserves and how we plan on spending those. So I hope to address that today. As you'll see in this presentation, kind of a big part of what we're doing next year is the gift card program, which you're all familiar with. And this picture here on the main slide is an image of what the actual gift card will look like, minus the WBDC update portion. So that's the actual gift card graphic. So as I mentioned, year in review and what's ahead. And just before we jump into that, a similar slide from last time, but just a reminder of kind of what our purpose is: to foster growth, development, and sustainability for our business community and support our people to thrive economically, socially, and culturally. And I think, a big emphasis going into this year will be around that economic development piece specifically. Our members and our partners remain the same. And I think we've just done the only thing that really has changed here is just a bit more refinement around our activation pillars. So we're now calling town partnership initiatives include things like wayfinding and placemaking. So parking initiative, anything like that would be under that category. That's just kind of the only new change. And sorry, one more. Event co-marketing is now what we're calling sponsorships. So we've kind of done away with sponsorships in the truest sense. We're not giving cash to charities or other asks for sponsorship dollars. Now we do more event co-marketing type work. So those are the two big changes there. Okay, so looking at the year in review. We won't spend too much time on this.
I don't get it.
Sure, we're all familiar
But we
with
got
that.
it.
That was quite a big initiative, and we're all really proud of it. And we have talked a lot about it, so I'm not going to spend a lot of time on that. We're all up to speed on it, but congratulations to everybody who supported that and worked on it. We're all really, really pleased with the outcome, and having won what is it, the best community project by the Grapevine too. So yeah. And some other initiatives that maybe were not as flashy as the sign. But if you remember, like one of our big initiatives last year was to improve our member communication. And so for the first time ever, the WBDC has maintained a monthly newsletter annually. Typically, we've only done that when we had a summer student or sort of as one-off communications. So we now have a continuous monthly newsletter for a year, which is great. I know that maybe sounds small, but it's actually a lot of work.
The volunteers, it's you.
Yeah, yes. And we've also held a really successful lunch and learn around social media 101. We had great engagement from the businesses that turned out. They, asked a lot of questions. They took a lot away from it. There was a lot of positive feedback. We had a members night at the Pizza Community Oven. So just trying to engage more and be more present with the community and have more face-to-face type contact as well. And those are going to continue. Then, of course, the placemaking initiatives, the letter sign we commented on. The hammocks are going in today, I believe. The landscapers are finishing up there, and then we just need to essentially hang them up. So hopefully that will be today or next couple of days. So almost done. And then we partnered with the town on Christmas lights this year and the Night of Lights events. And we hope to kind of double down on around Christmas and those initiatives going forward. And I mentioned in here that, we said no to the parklet. So I think that's, I think it was important to mention because it was a project that we scoped out and thought about doing, but then realized it wasn't right and didn't fit with what we wanted to do and from a budget perspective. So I think being able to step away from some initiatives is also important. Then the third category, member benefits. This was, as you'll see in the financial update, we had a significant increase in spend here, and I'm really happy about that because this is something that's really directly giving back to the business community. And they're really able to see benefit here and take advantage of it. So one of the big member benefits from last year was around our photography program. We've always had a photography program, but there was very low uptake. The year prior, we had $0 spent on this initiative. And this year we had, I think, 14 or 15 businesses participate, where we have a photographer that we work with, and we send her to the business, and she spends 2 hours or an hour?
1 hour.
1 hour doing a photo shoot for the business, whatever they want. She does all the photo editing and gives them all the digital images of their business. And they can use those to put on their website, run social media, whatever they want to use. They own the photos, and the WBDC also gets access to those photos. So we can use them to co-promote the businesses. So it's kind of a win-win for everybody. And we pay that bill in full. So there's no, invoicing back and forth or co-pay. It's just covered in full by the WBDC. And it was a huge number of the businesses actually had her come back multiple times too and paid her directly to do more. They were all so happy with how they turned out. So it was a big success. And we're going to do more.
We've had 6 businesses already sign up in the past 4 weeks
Yeah.
as well.
So lots of benefit there. And then we also implemented the first annual holiday walkabout. So I don't know if you saw the entire board get together, and we had candy canes and Christmas hats, and we went around to the businesses in town, and we did this thing where if somebody was in the store paying for something, we'd go up and say, hey, let us pay for that, and that kind of thing. So just kind of spreading Christmas cheer. It was really amazing, actually. It was a great experience. So we're gonna add that to the Christmas cheer line item. Are there any questions on these wins, successes from last year?
Oh, good.
So this is just a look at kind of the income versus expense from last year. The big takeaway here, so we received in total $118,000. That included the one-time application grant. It included the funding for our student co-op program and some income from our affiliate memberships. We ended up actually spending more than we received. So we spent $139,000. So profit decreased by 120% year on year. This is good. Some people would say this is bad, but for us, it's good because we're trying to spend more and spend into our reserves. So that is a positive thing, and we're heading in the right direction. We'll have a closer look at like what's in the reserve when we get into what's ahead for next year. And if we look at a breakdown of kind of where that money went, we had overall our operating budget did decrease last year. We didn't receive as much funding from ACOA as we had in previous years post-pandemic. So that's why you see a decrease in the overall operating budget. We spent less on marketing. We brought our marketing efforts in-house and hired a part-time social media manager. So we actually saw a decrease in cost there. And things like our event co-marketing, member benefits, and a wage increase as well, which was the social media manager hire. The placemaking spend shows a decrease because of the way the grant applications worked out. But if you were to remove grants from the equation, we did spend more this year than last year on placemaking because of the sign. Okay, so what's ahead? Okay, so, sorry, I don't know how to remove that up there, but you can see anyway, it's fine. So last year, there were a lot of highlights. I feel like we did a lot, but it was also a lot of work. And as you mentioned, we are a volunteer board, so getting things done is challenging. Having people, really execute on things is difficult. And we had a lot of challenges with hiring for our coordinator role with a lot of staff turnover. I think we went through 3 different coordinators last year and 2 social media managers. So that turnover just makes it really hard to get things done. And, Sarah and I found that we were spending significant amount of time trying to lead and execute on these projects. But at the same time, it was a really great learning for us because we were really able to understand what the board needed and what was working and what wasn't working. And as a board, we came together and really agreed that it was necessary if we wanted to execute on all these amazing ideas we have and all these initiatives for next year. In order to really do that, we need somebody in a senior leadership position in a paid capacity that can help the board lead that through. It was almost like we were hesitant to take on initiatives because it's like, well, who's gonna do this? You know, if we don't have the time and the people willing to commit to it. So that was a decision we made at the board level, and enter Jeremy. So this is a big game changer for us. Jeremy comes to us with a huge background in experience working in the restaurant business and other roles. I don't know, do you want to just speak to your background and what you bring?
Yeah, I've been running businesses for 30 years. I have a great understanding of what's going on in Wolfville, having run Terra Rosa for a couple of years. One of the most challenging. Oh, sorry. Thank you, Mike. 30 years in business, 2 years here running a very challenging business in Wolfville. So I understand what a lot of business owners and business managers are going through in this town. So I think it's a good fit for me and also for the WBDC. I think I can help out a lot, you know, not just with this board and their initiatives, but also with business owners in town.
Yeah, and Jeremy's passion for the town and the community and his commitment to Wolfville really showed when we went through the interview process, and that was a big reason also why we wanted to have him on board, and it's already been game changing. So if you're, you know, if you ever stop by the WBDC, just walking into the office space now, you'll notice a huge improvement. There's pictures on the walls, it's clean, it smells nice, just it's a lot. So little things, but they go a long way. So we're just really thrilled. And the official job title now has changed. It's Director of Program Management. So no more coordinator role. That's the new job. So yeah, really excited about that. And with that, you know, it's at the right time because we're now starting our main initiative. I would say this is our main priority for this year is the Wolfville Gift Card Program. So we're currently in implementation now. We have signed the contract with the gift card company, MyConnex, and it's expected to roll out kind of in the next month where we're going to start to get businesses to sign up. We'll be campaigning to the businesses, communicating with them what this program is, the benefit to them, and getting them onboarded onto the program. And then hopefully we'll be launching to the public in, what do you think? June, July?
I would say July is a good estimation.
Yeah, and so this will be a significant marketing initiative to roll it out to, you know, the public. We want everybody, certainly we want a lot of students to have these gift cards. We want tourists to have these gift cards, residents, and hopefully this time next year we'll be reporting back on the success of it. But this is where a lot of our effort is going to be spent, and a lot of our budget is going to be spent on this. The second initiative here is around wayfinding. I know the town has some wayfinding initiatives. Some of the feedback we've received as a board is that Wolfville is really at the heart of wine country, but when you come into the town, it doesn't necessarily echo a wine country vibe. So we thought that we could help contribute to that and wayfinding by doing some kind of wayfinding sign in Willow Park for the wineries, kind of like here you are and here are all the wineries or cideries or around you, something interactive. So this is still to be scoped out, but it is in our budget initiative, and we'll be working with town staff on kind of looking at that. And this isn't what we have in mind, but something just to give a picture of what we want, something artistic and beautiful. And then also the third real initiative is just more member communication, more on the member benefits, those things that we're already doing well, that we know are giving back, that are working, looking at parking, applying for more grants, holding symposiums, having a big party at our AGM, the newsletter, more regular and consistent face-to-face, which Jeremy's going to be really leading all of those initiatives. Okay, so this is our kind of income versus budget, where we sit and where we plan to spend. So our operating balance as of April is around $90,000. We still have to receive our annual budget from the town, so which is 100,000. So when we receive that, our overall operating budget balance would be $190,722 for the year. That on top of that, we have a $50,000, roughly 50,000 in a GIC, which we maintain as like a reserve fund. So if everything blows up, then we can still pay our rent and whatnot. So we're not including that 50K when we talk about what's in our reserves, because that's sort of like emergency. But so 190,000 on the balance. And essentially, if we execute on our budget this year, we'll have $97 left over. So that's but you know, we do have some plans also to look at how we can maybe grow additional revenue streams. We really want to double down on our affiliate membership program. So that would be like the wineries are all outside of our members because they aren't within the town limits. So the affiliate membership fee is $500 annually, and then they would get access to our member benefits, and we would be able to market them on social media and whatnot. So we hope to really bring in a lot of wineries and farmers markets into the fold, because we do think they support the Wolfville business community and should be represented by us. And that would be additional income. And a large portion of this spend is also going to be the increase in wages. So with hiring Jeremy, and that's a significant increase from what we were doing previously with a part-time kind of student coordinator type role. But I think necessary. And this is just a quick breakdown of kind of where we'll see those increases up and down. So the operating budget, you know, that probably will change, because I expect we might receive some grant money. We have a few grant applications in, so fingers crossed we'll see some of that come in. But you know, a significant increase in member benefits, a significant increase in operations. Our rent went up substantially this year, so our insurance is up, our phone and internet are up. So all of those kind of operational costs have seen significant increase. And then the wages. So yeah, that is it. That is it for the budget.
Right, we'll open it up for questions from council. Councillor Ingham.
Thank you for that presentation. You guys certainly have done like a tremendous amount of work, so kudos to that. I do really like the affiliate fees that you're charging. You know, that you're bringing in outside of Wolfville. I think that's a great idea. I had a question about the wayfinding and how you got your feedback to say, obviously we know that there are no wineries in Wolfville, but people consider that, you know, the place to go to start off. So how did you get your feedback on that?
That came through in our member survey that we executed. There were some comments in there that it was sort of, I think it was around like seeing more vine related things.
I think the feedback is mostly that, you know, Wolfville is surrounded by wineries, but Wolfville isn't really looked at as the heart of that wine region. You know, we're surrounded by it, but we need to maybe focus more on presenting Wolfville as, you know, that heart and drawing people downtown, rather than having just people visit some wineries and head out of town, or you know, stay and leave the next day.
And there was specifically some comments around like our plants don't echo winery vibes and things like that. And
Plants? Did you say plants?
plants.
Yeah, that's good. So just out of curiosity, with your affiliate members, do you have any of the wineries on like already, like, or is that something you're working on now?
There are 3, Luckett, Benjamin Bridge, and Grand Pre at the moment. The gift card, the photo opportunity, and those are a couple of things that I think the wineries can really benefit from. And we do need their membership funds to you know, to fund those programs.
Yes, I get that. Yeah.
So, you know, we've started communication with them. You know, the photos, they already have that sort of thing happening for, you know, so it's a little bit of challenge there, but you know, the gift cards and wayfinding and, you know, having something that highlights wineries is something that's really beneficial to them. So we're hoping that everyone gets on board.
I think the gift card program is gonna be really game changing for it, because when you have, you know, a high number of people with these gift cards, everybody's gonna want to be able to accept those gift cards in their business, and it's like you have to be a member in order to have that gift card accepted.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you. Counselor Palmer?
Thank you. Thanks for the presentation. It's good and interesting. I will comment on your Christmas walk around. You guys happened to come into my place of employment while I was out for lunch, and when I came back, the buzz in there was amazing. That was really well received down where I work. You'd mentioned an e-commerce. What's your e-commerce angle?
So this is an idea, and it's we're hoping we can get some grant funding to achieve this. So right now it's not currently in the budget, but the idea is that we might develop some Wolfville kind of swag branding, like think t-shirts, keychains, hats, things like that, that we would actually sell via an e-commerce site and possibly have a few in the actual WBDC office. So selling t-shirts essentially, like Great Nut ice cream and
No,
things
no,
like
that's.
that,
Your business card rollout, who's actually gonna sell the cards? Like all your members?
Yeah, so that's a good question. So there is an e-commerce website that comes with the gift card program so if an Acadia student has a parent in Ontario, they could go onto the website and order the gift card to send to the student, and it would get fulfilled through the website. So that's one method of purchasing. The other way, there's going to be several locations in town we're planning on to have like a point of sale terminal set up where people could walk in to buy them. And those locations that we've identified would be the WBDC office. We're hoping Town Hall. We're hoping the VIC, and we're hoping the box office at Acadia and the bookstore at Acadia. So we would set them up with point of sale terminals, and people can say, I want to come in and buy $100 gift card, and they would be able to do that transaction, and it would all sync with our back-end system.
Deputy Mayor?
Thank you. You guys are cooking. That's great. I just wanted to compliment Jeremy. He's interested in wine, but he's also interested in ice cream. And it was a pleasure to take him to where Hannah Young invented that brand. He's got an interest in the past, which I think is really important, as well as in the future. So kudos to you.
You're good. Counselor McKay? You're good?
Hi, thank you. I just have a comment. I just would like to commend the team for their work. I feel like they've been, over the last year, really listening to their membership and implementing the programs that really are of value to them. And when we do that, that affects our community at large. So thank you so much for doing that. I look forward to the gift cards. I really like the graphic. I had seen it before. And really looking forward to the wayfinding and what we're going to do as a team with the town and the WBDC.
And that encouraged Counselor Butler to have a comment. Thank you.
Just from the newsletter and the communications, which has all been fantastic. Is the survey still open for the business recognition or the business awards or this?
Yes, it is. It'll be open till May 15th.
Okay.
I
That
have
was just
sent
sort of a
out
shout out that you can go on and vote for
for the nominees.
the nominees. Yeah,
Yes.
for social media and business of the year, new business of the year. Yeah.
I will send out one more reminder
Okay.
to members to vote. There's been a fairly good response, but I do find that people do need that reminder to get in there and
Actually,
participate.
that's a good reminder too, that, sorry, could you just put the PowerPoint back up there for 1 second? There was, just wanted to share
That picture.
one last slide here. Our annual general meeting, mark your calendars, you're all invited. Tuesday, June 11th, 5 to 7. And we're having Al Sims create a mini Woofle sign replica as a trophy for the Best
Oh, nice.
Business Award.
You can't win it. There may be knockoffs.
Yeah, we're really excited about it this year. We're hoping to make it even better than last year, like very celebratory and maybe some guest speakers of some sort. So yeah, it should be good.
Thank you. There are no more questions. Thank you so much. Sorry, Jeremy, that you're not at Terra Rosa anymore, but I would love to walk in and see your face, but it'll be nice to see your face across the road. So,
Just having mentioned that, you know,
Yeah.
I do now have regular office hours, so you do have someone in that office that's there Monday to Friday, 9 to 3. You know, the door's open, so please, you know, we don't have to always communicate through email.
Okay.
Please feel free to come by and have a chat.
I should make a comment because we're about to talk about budgets, that the money that the WBDC receives from the town is actually their money. It is collected from your members, and we basically are the flow through, the tax collector for that. Has there ever been any discussion? I know kudos for going after grants and other things and starting to use your reserves. Is there ever a discussion with your members that, you know, is this going forward as your projects and impact gets bigger, that amount that is added to their tax bill might need to go up? Has that ever been a discussion?
We haven't had that discussion yet, but I think that, you know, with the efforts that we're doing now, we could be in a position to have that discussion. I think it's been, you know, there's been a bit of like, where is the money going?
Yeah,
kind of sentiment. And so the tides are turning on that, but that's, you know, that's
That's good.
slow.
I just think it's important for residents who might be listening to this council meeting to know that it's actually your money. We are
Yeah.
just, we are the tax collector. So
Yeah.
sometimes those issues come up.
Yes.
All right, if there are no more questions, thank you so much. That was very informative and appreciate you coming and speaking to us.
Thank you.
Have anybody online? No. I do not believe there is anyone in the audience for public input, and I know there's nobody online, but I will ask the question. Is there anybody in the gallery who wishes to speak to public input? Seeing none, then I will move to committee reports, our internal committee reports, and I'll just go around to members of council who prepared those reports and ask if there is anything else they would like to add. Accessibility Advisory Committee, Councillor Ingham.
Yes, we did have a meeting last night. Didn't get the report in, so I'm just going to do it sort of
Why
verbally.
not? What else did you do
I
yesterday?
don't know. I'm just gonna sort it because it wouldn't be pertinent to the next committee of the whole meeting. So we had a great meeting. So we're all preparing for our Access Awareness Week, which is on May the 7th or May 27th. Barb, please correct me if I get anything wrong here. I don't mind you stepping in. May the 27th from 5 to 6:30 at L'Arche. So we're pretty excited about that. I want to formally invite all council members to attend that. I believe Laura will be sending out an invitation for me, so you can have it in your calendars. So we're pretty excited. So we'll have, Barb has gotten a bunch of boards set up, and we're going to be having the 5 pillars of accessibility, and one of each members of the committee will be standing around that. There's going to be an ASL sign language interpreter there. There's going to be a member of the deaf community there to teach us how to sign. And then we're hoping, I will maybe throw this over to Councillor Butler. We're waiting to hear from KPPT about an accessible van for that to show up. I will reach out on that. We're going to have sort of like hopefully a fidget box, accessible crayons. So there's going to be stations for everything. But the most important thing is we do want to have feedback from the community on what we're missing. And so it's really important, and members of the council. So I do invite you to come to that. Is there anything you think I missed? Dog. Oh, yes. Yes. So Wendy's going to be, if Wendy wants to speak about that, this is half of my report for the next time, just so you know, because it'll be passé by then. Yeah. So Wendy will be bringing her dog there as a therapy dog. So is there anything else that you think I missed, Barb? Yeah. So it's going to be exciting, and we hope to build on that in the future. So that's it.
Thank you. Councillor Butler, anything you'd like to add on? Oh, I'm sorry, before I go to you, are there any questions of Councillor Ingham? Okay.
Good meeting.
Okay, sorry. Now, Councillor Butler, anything you'd like to add on Audit Committee?
As submitted.
And are there any questions of Councillor Butler? Thank you. Planning Advisory Committee, Councillor Madeira Voss is away. Thank you, Councillor Palmetier, for writing. You did RCMP.
Must have been a staff report.
Must have been a staff report. There was a report in there. We will have, yes, it was staff. I didn't know who wrote it, but I thought somebody did. Actually, we are going to have two. Director Lake is going to present, and there may be other people who are presenting, and that was what we discussed at PAC. So thank you. And so if there are questions for Director Lake, you will get an opportunity shortly. Now, Councillor Palmer, you chaired the RCMP for Councillor Madeira Voss, and thank you for doing that report. I know it was a bit last minute, but we sent it over to you. Is there anything else you'd like to add?
It's presented.
And are there any questions? Thank you. And I will look to Councillor McKay, who did the report for Town and Gown in my absence. Councillor McKay, is there anything you would like to add?
I've submitted, thank you.
Thank you. And are there any questions?
No, I just
Councillor
wanted
Ingham
to
was
add,
there.
I just wanted to add, I mean, I'm the alternate on that committee and I do regularly attend those meetings. It just felt really good to have that feedback from Acadia and that buy-in from Acadia. Like, I don't think I felt it so much before. So it's really exciting to have that moving forward. So it was a great meeting.
Okay. Thank you. Those are the internal reports, and I will turn it over to our acting CAO, interim CAO, Rob Simons, for the CAO report.
Thank you, Worship, and certainly Council has before you the CAO's report, and once again, it reflects your staff has been actively engaged in a multitude of initiatives. And within the report itself, I know that there's detailed information on the Parks and Open Space Master Plan, and there's a number of initiatives relative to West End Park initial phase in that role. The work that's ongoing at Reservoir Park, working on with an East End developer on trail contributions and so forth. Also, in terms of there's information there on the Visitor Information Center and the redevelopment of that site, as well as the temporary setup during the interim period. There's a number of references to reports, including the awarding of the RFP for the electronic voting service supplier. And within finance department, in terms of information technology, in terms of our efforts to address cybersecurity, excuse me, tax bills going out and so forth, and a number of key initiatives relative to community safety and compliance. And excuse me, while it's not my intention to go through each of these, certainly staff is more than pleased to speak to any of the areas that are codified in the report to further elaborate on that information. So thank you.
Are there any questions of staff on items in that report? Councillor Ingham.
Yes, I just had one question. I do really like the one-way streets, like on Winter and Willow. I think they're great. I think they work really well. I just have a question about, so I didn't even realize that Willow was kind of, veers off like Winter. I'm looking at Alex, Winter and Willow. So will Willow, the main Willow that we have where the Vic Center is in Willow Park, will that actually be one way, or is that going to remain the two-way? I drive there every day and then I was like, where's the? Yeah.
There aren't any further changes planned, so how it's configured now is how it's going to stay.
Also online too, when you have an opportunity, Your Worship.
Yes. Councillor Palmer and then Councillor McKay.
You mentioned that the tennis courts tender was out. When does that close, or has it closed?
I think Nick's going to speak to that too.
I believe the closing date is May 21st.
Thank you.
Councillor McKay.
Thank you. Two things. One was on the tennis court. I'm glad to see it was tendered. I did go by and some gentlemen were picking up big pieces of the turf that has come off. It's only like paper thin, so it's not a trip hazard, but if you step on it and slide, the pieces do come off. So hopefully we'll find a successful person to bid on that, and that will get done. My only other question and concern, and we talked about it briefly before, but we had a discussion on it at the WBDC, was where the VIC is going to be at Waterfront Park. There was no discussion at that meeting with them about the construction that is happening down there. The hammocks are going in, the fence is coming out, the tree is coming out. We're going to pave the Harvest Moon Trail. There's going to be a deck built back on the back of Devour. So it's going to be a bottleneck down there. And I presume staff who are working in it aren't probably going to be very happy listening to construction work all the time. I know I wouldn't be. So just wondering if we shouldn't preemptively think about moving that. I know it's an easily moved thing, but I just wonder before the phone calls come, if we should be considering it.
Staff like to respond to that?
I'm happy to speak to
Kevin?
that a little bit. So we have considered some other sites, and we have looked at the Festival Theater site. However, we're about to tender a construction project in that site as well, wrapping an AT path and changing the entry into the Festival Theater, realigning the curbs, and putting a new crossing at Main Street. So there's some pros and cons. What we are thinking at this point is that the setup is very easily movable. And so if we need to move it from Waterfront Park, we can. If there's suggestions on another site, we've thought about a number of sites. I think it would be, we wouldn't be doing our jobs if we didn't think through this a bit. So we certainly have. And if there's other suggestions, we would be welcome to look at them. I don't know if you want to add anything to that, Nick. I guess my question to Councillor McKay would be, is there a site that you would like to see the deployment at, or is there a preference from other councillors?
I was thinking ATF as well, even realizing that AT path was going in there. That corner is extraordinarily busy on a good day. And I noticed that parking lot is full of construction vans and all those kinds of things. You know, not that they park there all day, but they come and go consistently. Fair enough. So and with the line bus coming in there Thursday, Friday, Saturday, I'm not really sure how that will work, but and maybe we move it up off the beaten path to somewhere like the Wolfville School that has a parking lot after school closes. I'm not sure, or maybe it has to move more than once. But it was a concern at the WBDC table too, that that might get a little hectic down in that corner, and we don't want people to not visit our VIC.
Has anybody reached out to talk with Randall House? Well, I mean, a lot of these places aren't going to have a whole lot of parking. They have parking on the street and up Victoria.
Through the mayor to the mayor. And originally through to Councillor McKay. When we did start these conversations, and it was Nick and it was Devin, Kelly was there as well from the WBDC. We did a deep dive into kind of really considering all the different locations. I was a part of those conversations. I was there really kind of advocating for accessibility, primarily in the built environment. So when we were considering different locations, we were not only trying to ensure that there was easy access for folks to reach the VIC, our temporary VIC location. We also wanted to ensure that we were in proximity to somewhat accessible washroom facilities, because washroom facilities are a big draw at our now under construction VIC. The other piece that came out of both our accessibility committee as well as the Parks and Open Spaces master planning process is that people wanted access to shade. And so part of the temporary VIC installation in Waterfront Park will be the addition of a stretch tent. So shade is also being created in that environment. We know it is likely to be congested, and we know it is likely to be busy. There is bus parking in that location as well, which adds to safety. So all of that is to say, we did discuss Randall House as a possibility. That was a very generous offer that had come through. There were concerns about the physical accessibility in regards to the built environment and washroom access. And if we need to revisit that, we are all happy to do so.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Butler?
I know it just to sort of feed off of Councillor McKay's comment, the Magic Winery bus actually runs from Wednesday to Sunday. So Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday. This year it is strictly the double-decker bus. So there's no Tidal Bay Express bus, but the double-decker bus is the only one they're using this year. I know at one point, because the wine bus parks at the Old Orchard Inn every night, there was discussion a year or two ago about that being the boarding and drop-off spot, so that there was ample parking for folks. I know the whole concept was the dropping off downtown. They visit restaurants, they visit businesses, which I think there could still be a drop off at the end of the day or something, but I know that it parks at the Old Orchard Inn. I didn't know if that was part of the discussions to actually have that as a temporary launch point for the Magic Winery bus.
We've been meeting with David Hobble, so
Okay.
we just this morning gave some direction that he's going to put some signage on the construction fence around the Welcome Center. We've had multiple meetings with David about his operation. So at this point, we're still planning to deploy this temporary setup. And I would remind everyone that it is temporary. And so we're hoping that things at the Welcome Center are ahead of schedule. And we're going to be moving over there. And I also would say that, you know, vibrancy and busyness and people in a place is very positive. And I think our waterfront park is really world-class destination for people. So we're really hopeful that this is going to work well, but we're also prepared to have some contingency if we need to move it. So appreciate the feedback.
It was mainly the parking, because I know working in that at Railtown, the parking lot is busy in the dead of winter. So you add up to, I think it's 50 per bus departure 3 times a day. So you think even half that with vehicles. It's more just the parking of being able to, there are residents who have designated parking spots, businesses that have designated parking spots. Everyone who works at the Front Street businesses all park there. And I know how full the parking lot used to get at the East End on bus days. It would be full from the first departure, and then the second departures would then have to go further into town. So it was more just a real parking concern for that. I love seeing the bus in town. I love bringing folks into town on the bus and having them sort of disperse afterwards. So I'm very excited for the summer. It was just more those major concerns about the parking.
I think that's a good point, and whatever we can do to mitigate people's frustration. I don't know if the gift cards will be ready and you could say park at, you know, Al Whittle and here's a gift card, something, because, you know, we're all in this together. But thank you. Deputy Mayor?
Yeah, just quickly, I'm sitting here thinking about the Baptist Church parking lot. I've seen the bus sitting there by times. It's during the day, it wouldn't be busy. You could put a sandwich board on the corner. That might be an alternative if it's too hectic.
Yeah. And we did use that during COVID for parking. During something for parking. I can't, it was during COVID, but it wasn't because of COVID. All right. I'm sure that staff have got some other things that they can take a look at again. Anything else on the CAO's report? Well, good. Thank you. Okay, that moves us. I think it's too early for the coffee break sign. So Director Hopkins, if you, I guess you're going to come up and we're going to take hopefully the penultimate look at the this year's budget.
She's not accepting.
I'll let council know we do Our clerk did hand us out. Hopefully everybody has the most up-to-date motion list that was on your desk this morning. You got it?
Have you memorized it?
You got your Altoids and your water.
Get those vocal cords warmed up.
Go ahead, Beth.
So there's an RFD in front of council related to the 24-25 budget. It's been quite a process, obviously, as we all know, staff and council. It started in November. We had management and council working together through into January, where my predecessor, Director McLean, presented version 1 of the budget. There's been some reiterations, some refinements. We started with a deficit. We've worked really hard to create a balanced operating plan, operating budget. And I think we have certainly kept in mind the overarching theme from council to ensure that we reduce tax rates and we deliver the initiatives that are coming from council as directives. Our budget overall is for the operating is about $15 million. Our expenditures are roughly 13. We're using some money back and forth to fund the capital reserves. And our capital budget for, and I'm not going to go through this whole, because our capital budget's roughly $5.6 million for the year. We reprioritize that based on council's directives. And we have a clearer refinement of what we plan to do going forward. There were some changes from, we're actually into version 5. So there certainly were some changes from version 1 to 3 and then 3, 4, and 5, which I was a part of. I kind of flew in here in February and took over from Director McLean and had some help from him, certainly bringing me up to speed on what he had presented. And now we are here. We've also presented the water utility capital and operating budgets as well. And we had a wonderful special Cal meeting on Friday, May the 3rd. And I think we worked through a lot of issues. There were some motions that were added to the original RFD at council's direction related to a full-time project manager, acknowledgement of the Housing Accelerator Fund, senior planner, grants to organizations, and the like. Does anyone have any questions related to up to this point or to the RFD that was presented to council, and have they had an opportunity to look at the revised one that was sent out last evening? The revisions simply are, and maybe I'll do a Coles Notes version of it. The revisions simply are, we took out the Annapolis Valley Chamber of Commerce, $5,000. That's now going to rec grants. And then we renamed the Acadia MOU. I took that out because based on last year's RFD, there is no longer a financial commitment through the MOU. It's something that's presented, and it's RFD 018-2023. Took me a little bit of time to find it. So I've just outlined those individually as far as what we have in the proposed budget. And then in addition to that, the new motions that I spoke to just a couple of minutes ago. Any questions thus far?
Councillor Butler.
I was just wondering, I know we received an email recently from Acadia. I was wondering if you could just go through the breakdown of that, just for clarification of some things. Now that there is 60,000 for the pool and 50,000 for the fitness center, if you could break.
Certainly.
I found the email that we received, well, it didn't offer any new information at all, actually.
I think it was the same thing he presented when he came to council.
Okay, so really none of the questions that we asked at that presentation were answered in the email. So I just wondered, the actual 50,000 for fitness was not on our original bid. I actually didn't think that was coming back to us until the 2025-26 budget, but it is now part of this. So if you could just give some clarification on that.
Certainly. Back in March, Katie Athletics came in and they did a presentation to council with the revised breakdown from the 2023 RFD. Council had committed to Katie that we would fulfill the MOU obligations up to the end of 23-24, and then there would be new asks. Acadia had asked for a longer commitment. From Friday's meeting with council, it was determined we were going to go for this year, 24-25,
and I'm assuming there'll be additional discussions. They're asked this year, it's $20,000 more than it was in 23-24. The breakdown between the fitness center and the pool, there's a $15,000 that was removed from the pool, added to the fitness center. I think more for operations, and certainly Acadia Athletics are better to answer that than I am. They did commit in the email that they would be looking into giving us that information at a future date. So I do see that forthcoming. We're still committed to the $11,000 for scholarships and bursaries. We're committed to, initially it was $10,000 for Acadia events. Their ask was to up that to $30,000 a year plus any one-time asks that may come up. Then it was a $60,000 contribution for the pool versus the 75 in prior years. And from the fitness, it was 50,000, which was up from 35 from prior years. And then $15,000 for summer camps. So the total ask was $166,000. Comparable to last year was 146. Does that answer your question, Councilor McKay? Councilor Butler?
It does. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Councillor Palmer?
Thank you. Did we ever get clarification on whether or not the money that they're granting the students, is it going to Acadia, to Wolfville residents? Do we get clarification on that?
Sorry, clarify, I didn't
For
understand.
the scholarships?
Scholarship, yeah, I believe it is. I believe that's the requirement of it.
Yeah,
It's a covenant of it.
Councillor McKay?
So the difference is just the 20,000, it's not just, is the $20,000 that Events Acadia, I guess it's Events Acadia asked for, the 20,000 is the difference between cumulatively from last year to this year.
You're correct.
And we're only talking about Acadia funds at the moment, or are we doing the whole budget?
Just
We
Acadia,
were just
so
talking
it's the
about Acadia,
question.
Councilor McKay.
Okay, thank you.
Before we go on to other things, I do support Councillor Butler's concern about the lack of information. This is not the first year that we've asked. It's probably not the second year we've asked for that detail. I can say that, first of all, I'm shocked if $20,000 is the only actual dollar revenue they're getting. And I am making an assumption, and it's just an assumption, that that is people who actually come in and pay. I don't know what it is, but they're $350 or $550 at the door for a one-time swim, or and that probably doesn't include memberships. I don't understand, but this is consistent with every university that I've worked with on these kinds of things, that they don't keep track. And I would like to see maybe through our current CAO or our future CAO that we ask for much more solid information. The other thing that I'll say in Acadia's defense, I do know from having dealt with them on the rec study, is that unlike most, say if this was a municipal pool, water and electricity are not billed direct, even if they're used by the pool, they are part of the university central budget, and those would be the two biggest elements. If this was a municipal pool and we were operating it with, say, Kings, we should anticipate a loss in the aquatic facility of minimum $800,000. They're incredibly expensive to operate. So their ask is really small in comparison to what it's actually costing. And I do understand that it's a very old pool. It's a very inefficient pool. That's why we're trying to look at a better solution. But it would, my brain doesn't understand why it's not easy to figure out how many memberships you have or how many are Wolfville residents. And I think we have a right to ask for that. If not for this budget, then that can't be a hard thing to do. Councillor Ingham?
I do think it is a little bit hard to separate the pool and the gym, because you have one pass and you can go, so if they lumped it together, they might be able to give us a bit better metrics on that. They did that Sierra report back in 2020 that did try to measure who's using the pool. And that's where I think during COVID, they came up with some numbers, which is a bit skewed given the fact that Acadia does mostly and the Tritons have mostly that pool time, so there's a little skewed there, but I do understand when you sent the email how it is hard to separate
hard.
that. I don't know, like you're thinking of pool costs, you have lifeguards, you have, you know, the chemicals that go in the pool, et cetera, but then you have the breakdown of how do we really know that, how many Wolfville residents are actually using it? I mean, they'd have to do a deep dive, pardon the pun.
Yeah, I think, I think it would be helpful to see that operating budget, forget about the revenue, understanding that the two biggest things, which would be water and energy, are, as I understand, are part of a central budget. And so how much is going to the pool, particularly when the pool seems to be losing a lot of water. So more water and more heat to heat that water. That's part of the issue. But yes, to your point, that would be hard to figure out unless you stood there with a counter for, you know, 365 days and counted who from the town and who from not the town is actually in the water at one time.
Yeah.
There's a summer job. Counselor Butler.
Yeah, so when I asked the question, but like however many meetings ago, it was more a clarification of how much does it cost to run the pool and where exactly does the money from the town go? If it's something that's promotable, like if they're using it to upgrade accessibility for the pool, or if they're using it to improve the washrooms, if they're using it to, I just want to know, I just don't want it to say, oh, we just bought some water or something. I'd like
think
to
it
sort
goes
of
to
be
general
a
operations.
little more substantial to know where the money's actually going. I still am not satisfied with how it goes from 75,000 to 60,000 when the pool is obviously a very expensive thing. The 4 to 5 year plan, this is just sort of what these numbers will come back to us each year, of course, for the next 4 to 5 years. That's what that means.
The original ask was for a longer commitment.
Okay.
Council hasn't agreed to that longer commitment. Another presentation point that Acadia Athletics had made is that they were willing to come back quarterly and report to council. So I think it does give council the opportunity to ask additional questions, to require that reporting feedback and mold it to a degree that council would be acceptable and cooperative as far as the information you're getting, where the monies are going, what they're being utilized for, and building that relationship with Acadia Athletics.
Okay, so similar, just to follow up, so with Acadia is similar to the grant asks for Randall House. We're just earmarking them in the budget today.
For 24-25.
Okay, discussion will come further if they are actually approved to release. Correct? Or when we say
No,
we are
when
giving
you-
them 50,000.
When
we
you
are
approve
giving-
the budget, that approves the allowance for the expenditure.
Okay,
But just for this year, not,
Just for
not for
for
5
year
years.
one, for 24-25.
okay,
That's the only budget we're approving, that we're asking council to motion for approval today.
They've asked, but we haven't approved. Yeah.
that we're approving them being part of the budget. We are not approving them actually getting the money.
Correct.
That's
That's my perception.
like, we have not had a fulsome discussion about the Wolfville Historical Society, nor have we had one about the Wolfville Curling Club, nor do I have enough information to approve the one for the pool. So it's great they're earmarked in the budget so that it balances.
Okay, but once we approve the budget, so what you're saying is that we need to have a fulsome discussion on each of these, but once we approve the budget, then we have approved.
Unless I have missed both of the discussions about the Wolfville Curling Club and the Wolfville
We
Historical
haven't had that
Society.
discussion,
Okay,
but we'll have that before we
Ap-
approve that
present
motion,
those
because those are
motions.
separate motions.
Those are
Okay.
separate motions, correct?
Right, but
Thank
once the budget is approved, assuming those are continue to be in, that they're motioned forward. CEO?
Thank you, Your Worship.
Yes, that's the CAO maybe.
Just for clarification purposes, in terms of the sequencing of this, when the request had come before council previously, council's obvious concern was how will this impact our operating budget? So in terms from a staff perspective, we built the budget out with the acknowledgement that council will make the final determination, but we wanted to answer the question in terms of is there sufficient capacity in the budget to address the various asks that have come before council. So I just wanted to provide that clarification as to the sequencing of this, because it's very much in terms of had we not built this into a draft budget for your consideration, the question then would become in terms of how are we going to facilitate the payment of such requests and that. So I just want to provide that clarity to council and to our citizens who would be following this matter.
Councillor McKay?
Thank you. I just went back to look at the working groups that the town of Gown had put together, because recreation does fall into one of those. And I noticed that downfall of working off one screen, but there is Nick Rich is also in there. I didn't see Brian's name, Finis, in there, but maybe we should go back and add that. And if that working group can come back and give us information quarterly, I think that might be helpful, given that we're working in that direction, open for council discussion, but just suggesting that, because I think coming back quarterly keeps everybody honest and engaged, and the information flow coming back to us.
Thank you. So I'm going to ask a question of either the director or the CAO. As we go through this, what is the most efficient way? It sounds like for each of, you're planning to have a general comments on the budget, and then we will go motion by motion, and in that process have a discussion on Randall House or curling? Is that the plan?
So the way the motion is actually tabled, it steps through the operating budget, steps through the capital, then it goes to water utility, then the individual motions are separate.
Okay.
When it relates to Acadia events, the Acadia pool is part of the budget motion.
So still, my question
So if you
is,
want a further discussion, now would be the time.
now would be the time, or when we get to the motion?
I'm gonna let Rob answer that question.
Oh,
Please.
I think that in terms of for council to have that focused approach, I think that as you get to each of those items, you would, with individual and kudos to Beth and to Laura for framing it as such, to ensure that the motions were separated. There's a clear identified number for each motion. So for tracking, and I know that before Councilor McKay talked about in terms of the importance of transparency and being able to communicate so that it would be easily being able to track. So we have segmented them in that regard. I think the merit would be that as you're working your way through that, at the end, you would deal motion by motion and have the debate relative to the merits of, in terms of the curling club, the Randall House and so forth and that. I think that will allow to have that fulsome discussion that council, and bearing in mind that I think that it's important to have that conversation today as opposed to the down the road when it's, in terms of a decision time. Thank you.
So as I think I now understand it, if there are any, I don't know, general, not motion specific comments about the budget, or particularly comments outside of those ones that have specific motions, maybe we'll open up for comment now.
Certainly.
Somebody wants another street done, or like it's something other than what we have. And then we could get the motion, each motion on the floor, and then have a discussion on each motion. Is that acceptable? All right, so let me ask council, are there any general questions or comments on the budget outside of the issues that will have specific motions? Things that aren't in the budget, or issues around the tax rate, anything like that? People want to speak to Councillor Butler.
It's more just from a clarification thing. So if I'm about to read this 1.5-page motion, but I have an issue with just the pool.
We're going to come to the motion about the pool.
Okay,
Right?
it is all lumped together. So if I'm not for that, I would then turn down the entire,
Have
Like,
that,
I
has
can't
that not been separated?
no,
The pool was not
the
separated.
pool is part of the
Okay.
whole.
The only additional motion related to
Yeah.
Acadia.
So I would approve everything except that little bit, and that's a huge motion to read
So-
to say no,
I think so. I think so.
if,
So,
if that's possible.
so in terms, thank you. So I want to come back to that, but are there any other non-pool, non-Randall House, non-curling club issues that you want to Counselor McKay?
Thank you. Just curious then, so if we go through the motions and say two of them don't pass, or so we go through and say, no, we're not gonna give 60 and 50, whatever the dollar is. Does that change our tax rate, or are we just gonna say we're gonna take less out of reserves? So I think that's also an
Question for
important
staff?
question.
Ultimately, it would be less out of reserves.
Thank you.
Any other more general council or budget items? Okay, let me, again, I'm looking for direction. Since we have a motion that is in front of us, do we, in terms of process, do we put the motion and then ask somebody who would ask for an amendment to that motion to take the pool out? Is that the best way to do it?
Can you say that again, Your Worship?
Okay, so we have a motion in front of us that includes the pool and anything else that Councillor Butler?
It's just that section for grants to organizations under general government.
So if we put that motion on the floor and then a member of council could say, I would like to move an amendment, take out, that's how we would do it, as opposed to being amending it before we put it. That's the best way? Councillor McKay? Thank you.
Do we have to move it exactly as it is on the paper? Can't Councillor Butler go through the motion and stop after low income property tax exemption? And then do a separate motion for grants? Committee of the whole will forward to the next
My
one.
only concern is that this is public and I wondered if someone would say.
But we can change a motion and you.
Okay, it's not public.
It's
Okay.
not an issue that, this is simply proposed wording
Mm.
to support council so as to
Right.
have it ensure that it's addressing the intent of the motion.
All right.
Nothing supersedes council from modifying whatever it is that you wish to move
Okay,
forward.
so before we put this on, Councillor Butler, exactly where is the item that you'd like to remove?
I would move up to maximum tax exemption of $1,040. Await approval for that.
I'm sorry.
So I have
What
it on the second page right there, right?
So grants to organizations, just above that, your mayor?
Okay, all right.
Stop there for approval and then do grants to organizations as a separate motion for the operation.
Okay, so including, so everything under grants to organizations
Be separate.
will be separate as a motion, including the Devour second installment, that becomes.
Yeah, because that's part of it.
And just a question from, so I understand it, those would all be separate motions or Acadia? So Acadia bursaries would be a separate motion, Acadia University, those 4 or
I think
5.
the grants to organization. I think the grants to organization under government could be just its own separate. So I would move that council.
So what if you
approve it.
don't agree with the pool, but you agree with the scholarships? That's why I ask.
I'm hoping after discussion, it will all be good.
Yeah. Okay, I'm good with either. I just wonder if that was the sticking point.
It's just a shorter section to be able to motion and read, instead of doing, I really don't want to read this 9 times. So it was more
Okay.
just to take that little portion, because I think everything else is
Fair enough.
fantastic.
So apparently we
Thank you.
can, we don't have to do anything. If there's no other general budget items, then I would turn to Councillor Butler and ask him if he would do the large general motion for our budget.
I will attempt this in 6 different accents to keep it pleasant for everyone. Kidding. No, I knew it was coming. I would move that Committee of the Whole forward the following motion to council for council to approve the 2024-2025 town operating budget, 10-year capital investment plan, and the water utility operating and capital budget, including the following details. Town operating budget with revenue and expenditures in the amount of $15,143,000. Residential tax rate of $1.4655 per $100 of assessment applied to taxable residential and resource assessments. Commercial tax rate of $3.5655 per $100 of assessment applied to taxable commercial assessments. Taxes to be billed by way of interim tax bill issued in April due May 31st, 2024, and final tax bill issued in August due the October 1st, 2024. Interest on overdue amounts to be charged at a rate of 1.00% per month compounded. Town capital budget with year one totaling $5,647,900, including capital reserve funding of $2,243,100, operating reserve funding of $207,700, long-term debt funding of $709,200, active transportation grant funding of $474,900, a COA grant funding of $403,300, Provincial Sustainable Service Growth Fund of $485,000, other grant funding of $771,000, and other external grant and or contribution funding of $353,700. Water utility operating budget with operating revenues of $1,509,400, operating expenditures of $1,416,900, non-operating revenues of $43,600, and non-operating expenditures of $214,400. Water utility capital budget totaling $679,100, including depreciation reserve funding of $98,600, municipal capital growth funding of $287,500, capital from revenue funding of $40,000, long-term debt of $230,000, and accumulated surplus funding of $23,000. Fire protection area rate pursuant to Section 80 of the Municipal Government Act of $0.0555 per $100 of assessment. Business development area rate pursuant to Section 56 of the Municipal Government Act of $0.23 per $100 of commercial assessment. Sewer fees. Sewer usage rate of $7.08 per 100,000 gallons of water used by customer. Flat rate fee of $135.70 per quarter. Minimum quarterly charge for any metered customer, $29.85. Sewer connection fee of $6,500. Water connection, oh, that's the same thing. Nope, water connection fee of $6,500. Sewer and water connection fee of $6,500. Low income property tax exemption. Income threshold to qualify a maximum of $45,000, maximum tax exemption of $1,040.
Thank you. We have a seconder for that, please. Deputy Mayor, open to discussion. Councillor Palmater, I think you were first.
Sure, well, just want to, just guessing after Mike read all those numbers that now we don't balance, right? That's,
Well, yeah, that's.
because we took out the Acadian numbers, so the numbers are.
So the numbers still, when you're looking at the operating budget, the revenues still are the 15,142,000. The use of those fundings of those taxpayer dollars are broken down as we've already reviewed that. The difference between whatever comes out of the future motions today that you'll be discussing will then be dependent on how the budget will be rejuggled and refinanced. And that would obviously be presented back to council again. I do have one quick correction on the water, the sewer fees. The sewer usage rate is $7.08 per 1,000
Oh, I said
gallons.
100, didn't I?
Mhm.
Per 1,000 gallons. I apologize.
Also, the first one, it's 15,142. I think you said 3, but it's written correctly here.
Oh,
easy to do and
I was
all
like,
those
not
numbers.
bad for all.
Was it the bids to be operating budget? Yeah, the 1,519,000.
Counselor Commenter, is that your
Yeah,
question?
oh, sorry.
Counselor Ingham?
I had the exact same question because it really would make sense to me to do the motions of the grants first and then have this come to us afterwards, because we're reading all of this. It's coming, if we don't approve the grants at the pool and the, curling club and historical, then that was coming, then it was coming out of the capital reserves, right? That's where that was coming from, just to be clear, because
Yes.
it's still a bit confusing to me, I'm not gonna lie. Because we're reading this motion to sort of pass a budget, and then we're sort of taking sections out of it. It would have been easier for me in my mind to do the motions of the grants first and then so then we would know, because you're gonna have to, so you're gonna bring this back to when we actually pass it at council, because this is committee of the whole, with the reconfigures of numbers when we're reading these motions from the results of the grants
For the reserves alone.
for the reserves alone. Okay.
Could we second it and then have a motion to table? I don't have my cheat sheet in front of me.
Should council wish to do what is just proposed relative to Councillor Ingham's comments, you could make a motion to table. You could deal with those separately and then lift from the table this item here and then deal with it.
Okay.
Yeah.
But
And I'm
we
a-
need a seconder first, or
You would, yes.
Counselor McKay?
Thank you. Yeah, that's why I asked the question, does it change the tax rate? So I'm okay with it going as it is, and then whatever falls out, because the end of the day, Beth will just, Director Hopkins will change what comes out of reserves, and the budget will just fall out as it does. Right?
So,
Because it's just a financing. It's not necessarily a change in tax rate, change in the way we're spending it. It's just a matter of how much comes out of reserves that will change.
Currently in the budget, there's $165,000 coming out of reserves. Should the changes that council direct be greater than the 165, then we would have to reopen
or less
if there's
than
other
160.
changes to tax rates, et cetera.
So is it the general will of council to move forward on this? Or table and deal with the other items first? I'm just looking for a straw vote here. Sounds like Councillor McKay is saying we could approve this one or not approve it, but we could do this and then move on. Am I correct, Councillor McKay? Yes, you.
That was,
That sounds,
reserves.
yeah.
that's what.
That's what it would be, the reserves.
Okay,
Yeah.
could I have I don't have a seconder.
Deputy Mayor
Maybe
Elliott.
I have a seconder. Okay, other comments or discussion before we vote? I don't see a hand. Nothing? We're good. All right, thank you. Call a question. All those in favor of the motion as read, please indicate by saying aye. Aye. Opposed? That is passed. Okay, so
Just the wording of this motion.
Understood.
yes, so Councillor Butler, have you got, so you might want to take the wording from,
At the very beginning.
well, I'm saying even the one for grant, the ones for the one-time grant, you could take the intros to that and then continue with the so the committee of the whole forward the following motion to council for decision and then go back to that where was it, that council approve and then read this one.
Okay.
Does that work for you?
Try that.
Right on?
If we're ready to put that out there.
Okay, let's do that.
I would move that committee of the whole forward the following motion to council. For council to approve the 2024-2025 grants to organization
Yeah,
under general government community development, not part of strategic and community partnership policy. Acadia Scholar bursaries, 11,000. Acadia University events hosting contribution, 10,000. Summer camps, 15,000. Pool operating contribution, 60,000. Fitness, 50,000. Devour second installment of one-time capital grant, $50,000.
thank you. And is there a seconder for that, please? Thank you, Councillor Palmer. And discussion, Councillor Butler?
Oh, I had,
Okay,
was from
you're good. Discussion,
I do have stuff to discuss, but.
go ahead.
Okay, it's more just to bring up, I don't mind approving this because I know it's just, I have a real difficulty. I don't feel like there is enough information, transparency, or my ability as a counselor to explain to the public how this money is being spent. There is not enough information for us to go from 75,000 last year down to 60,000 and try to explain, does that mean the pool didn't need the 75,000 last year? Or I don't have numbers to know what that money is going towards. There's always money that has to go into the pool, but now we're giving less to the pool when there was such an emphasis on how important it was to the community and how essential our $75,000 was, that now they can just drop it to 60,000. I don't feel like there is enough information for me to go through with that. I strongly approve of the bursaries, the hosting contribution, the summer camps, and the Devour grant, but it's just the pool operating contribution. And I like that there's more emphasis on upgrading the fitness stuff, but if it seems like the pool is now just very secondary when it was, it felt like we were very much over a barrel for the last 3 years with no information. And now it seems like they care more about the fitness center. And I honestly don't see how a working business like a university cannot have a better breakdown of how a facility that big that serves so many cannot provide me with information about the memberships and operating revenue.
Thank you, Councillor Butler. And see which, Councillor Palmer.
I would just echo exactly what Councillor Butler said. I think that's really disappointing that we've got this again. And I would like to see them give us something. I'm hoping that the new management there will help us.
Councillor Ingham.
Yes, I think we have approved the pool, like based upon no real numbers in the past, because we knew that it was part of our community and the community wanted the pool. I do agree with you on that. That just to correct the 60,000, they took 15, they asked for, we've been giving 75, that 15 went over to the fitness, because that was 35 before.
Correct.
Yeah, and so I'm not going to defend them, but I can see why spending a lot of time down there. I can see why they've lumped them together. It's very hard not to. And so the money asked in their mind is the exact same. But we do need to see some dollars. I'm prepared to approve it, but I would still like to see some more financials. And I do agree with Jody with some working groups in the MOU that we have with Acadia. Maybe that's something that they can discuss, as it is important to our taxpayers that we do say why we're doing this. But I understand this, and I will approve it based upon, our community and the needs.
Councillor McKay.
Thank you. I was just trying to recall what Brian Finnis had said to us, and I believe that it was a 15,000, because the MOU changed in the middle of all this as well, because there was money allocated to the fitness center as a whole as part of that MOU. So I think it's just a shuffling the money. And I think he said there was a good amount of community use in the fitness center, which needs an upgrade. So I took that to be a little more transparent and saying we're trying to justify that in the right way for us. But I agree. I think I'm okay with approving it for now and asking when we finish this, I would like to put a motion on the floor to talk about those groups and the reporting on it, because I think it's important that we, if it does approve, that we're accountable and that they come back and be accountable to us for the funds that we give.
Thank you, Councillor McKay. Deputy Mayor.
I agree with my colleagues that we are over a barrel. This is a pattern that has been repeated for several years, and I think deserve clarity about the funding. So I guess we'll just hope that it comes in the coming year.
I was going to suggest that we have a staff direction, basically to do what Councillor McKay said, but if you're willing to put a motion on the floor, that's even better. So thank you. Are there any other comments on this item? Questions? Are we good? All those in favor, please indicate by saying aye. Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? That's passed. Counselor McKay, that since we're talking about pools, do you have something, a motion that you'd like to put on the floor now?
Sure.
Thank you.
I would move that committee of the whole forward the following decision to council. Motion that Acadia comes back quarterly through the working group work of the MOU to report on numbers of recreation and the facility use.
Thank you.
I will second that.
Thank you, Counselor Butler. Is there any comment or question? Thank you. All those in favor, please indicate by saying aye. Aye. Opposed? That is passed. All right, now I have to figure out where we are. So we are back to additional motions. And this one deals with the hiring of a full-time project manager position for the Department of Engineering and Public Works. This is in the budget. I don't know if staff want to remind council of this position and, or if council is fully versed. Are we good with the information? Okay, you're off the hook, Alex. All right. Counselor Butler, I don't know if you want to read them all or.
Well,
They're
I
all
mean,
budget.
if anyone else wants to take a turn, I'm not.
Okay, Counselor Ingham.
I would move that Committee of the Whole forward the following motion to council for decision. That council approve the hiring of a full-time project manager position for the Department of Engineering and Public Works at a salary cost up to $100,000 per annum per plus benefits as part of the 2024-25 budget.
Seconder, please. Deputy Mayor, any questions or comments from council? All right, all those in favor, please indicate by saying aye. Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? That passes. Senior planner. I'll do it. Counselor Ingham.
I would move that the Committee of the Whole forward the following motion to council for decision. That council acknowledge the recruitment of a new senior planner for a 3-year term position funded by the Housing Accelerator Fund at a salary cost of $95,000 per annum, plus benefits as part of the 2024-25 budget.
I'll
Seconder,
second.
please, Counselor Butler. Questions of staff or comments? Counselor Palmer.
We're making a commit, so directors, Director Lake, or maybe to Beth, I'm not sure, or Director Lake or Director, is she director or not?
Just put it
Is
up
he a
there.
director or not? See, yes, okay. So I'm just not sure, like, so we have this money from the Housing Accelerator Fund and we're hiring this person for a 3-year term. So do we have a commitment from both them and from everybody for the 3 years? Like both for the employee and the funding?
Everything's in place. Yeah, we've already received
Your funding.
1/4 of the funding, and we have commitment. A signed offer. The employees starting on, I'm hoping May 21st.
Counselor Ingham.
Oh, jeez.
Seeing no other lights, all those in favor, please indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, that's passed. And we are. So Events Acadia was not included in.
It was, this is the additional ask.
Okay. Somebody like to put this one on the floor?
I just have a question before. Does it have to be referenced to a specific event? Like do they not have a specific event this is going towards?
When they present it, they had one event they had 2 events.
Music.
This is for music.
Music and then the curling.
The curling.
Music and curling.
Yeah, they were
Okay.
both in the presentation. The music one, they had indicated the cost had gone up and the $30,000, as I understood from the presentation, was going towards that.
Okay.
Did you want to put that one on?
I can. I just didn't know if it needed more clarification as to what it's going to. So I would move that Committee of the Whole forward the following motion to council. The council approve a $20,000 one-time grant contribution to Events Acadia to support their strategic bid and hosting efforts as part of the 2024-25 budget process.
Seconder, please. Thank you, Deputy Mayor. Questions, comments? Counselor McKay?
Thank you. I can add some clarity to that to Council Butler. The Events Acadia the one for at least Nova Scotia Music Week, the funds that will be allocated to that will directly go back into our community for rental fees, because the Music Week does not pay any rental fees. Or if there's host bags that go to our delegates. So a lot of that money will be allocated back into the businesses and organizations that will support that.
Thank you, Councillor McKay. Other comments? Seeing none. All those in favor, please indicate by saying aye. Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? It's passed. That brings us to the Wolfville Curling Club. Would you like to put that on the floor?
I'll put that on the
Councillor
floor.
Ingham.
I would move that the committee of the whole forward the following motion to council for decision. That council approve a $25,000 one-time capital grant contribution to the Wolfville Curling Club to support accessibility upgrades to their facility as part of their 2024-25 budget.
A seconder, please. Deputy Mayor, questions or comments? Seeing none. All those in favor, please indicate by saying aye. Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? That is passed. Oh my goodness, there's more. All right, I probably am going to ask the deputy mayor since she's
I
quite.
don't have a conflict of interest being on the board.
Okay, you'd have to declare.
Well, I feel like
Okay.
I have a conflict.
Okay, my apologies. Who would like to put this on? Which means you shouldn't vote then. Did you can,
Oh, I can't hear it unless Councillor Palmer wants to. Okay.
don't fight over it.
I-
There's another one. There's a whole bunch more.
I would move that committee of the whole forward the following motion to council, that council approve a $50,000 one-time capital grant contribution to the Wolfville Historical Society to support repairs to Randall House as part of the 2024-25 budget process.
And a seconder, please. Councillor Palmer.
I can second that.
Thank you. Questions, comments? Councillor Palmer?
This isn't contingent on them getting more funding, though, I don't think, is it?
It will help get.
Yeah, that's
It will
all. it
help
is, yeah.
them, so
Thank
not,
you.
yes. More funding may be contingent on this. Right.
That's probably worth it.
Councillor McKay?
Question, yeah, mine was along the same line. So this, because we had a discussion about this, that we would referencing back to the palliative care unit, that it wasn't prudent of us to send funds over to an organization until their other funding was secure. So palliative care, we said the same thing for landmarks. So I'm curious as to the timing, or if they just need a letter of intent for us. Because if it's 10 years down the road that they receive all this funding, we've had $50,000 of taxpayers' money sitting in a bank account, which we said was not a good practice. And then, and we did the same thing for Devour too, I think, was that we wouldn't give any money until certain things had happened. So my curiosity is on that. How does that flow out? I'd rather not spend the money if, like right now, I'd give a letter of intent to say, yes, we can support you in some way. But flowing dollars out of our bank account to sit in someone else's is not good practice.
Deputy Mayor, you want to respond to that?
A year ago, this museum was in jeopardy of being sold and lost to the community. It has a great need of upkeep, repair to the facade. The interior is in great shape. We need to do, or the plan is to do, the east wall and the roof immediately. So there's no sitting in the bank account, and it's a matter of, do we want a museum or not?
Other questions or comments?
Can I just, oh, sorry, I shouldn't have
Councillor
spoken.
Ingham?
So I just wanted to follow up to first Ian's question about that you're saying they need this funding before they apply for other funding? Because most of the time, you know, when I'm looking at the curling club, they had secured significant funding and this was, and you know, on the first and the second floor. So I'm wondering why do they need this funding first beforehand? That's all.
It's hard to get heritage related funding. And if you want to go to the provincial level or the federal level and you can say that you're supported by your community, then it's easier, as I understand it, to get approvals.
So you're just specifically talking about the heritage component of that. It's hard to get funding for the heritage.
Build
That would-
heritage.
Build heritage, that's what you're saying.
Yeah.
Have they not received a large grant already from a resident? Right, or from a benefactor?
There was a contribution. I don't know how large it is. I just know that some money was donated, but I don't know how much.
Councillor Palmer.
I will make a comment supporting Councillor Elliott that I did tour the museum and it is in dire need of repairs, and my guess is that $50,000 will not go very far into bringing them into what they need to spend in the next, let's say, 5 years. It really needs spent down there, and I wish them luck getting more funding.
I do believe that the price, and Deputy Mayor, it was in the 400,000 to 600,000 estimate that they got for doing all the repairs that they need, 400,000. And they've hired Catherine, who is going after grants. So, and I am aware, I won't say the amount because I could be wrong on that, that there is a benefactor who has provided a significant amount of money.
I thought the number was closer to 400,000, but the
Yes.
way costs of building materials keep going up.
The 400,000, that's not what the benefactor gave, but
No, no, the
400,000 was
cost,
what
the
I-
estimate.
The
Yeah.
estimate, yes. Councillor McKay.
I think I'm just confused. So the $50,000 is needed to get grants for to further get grants. But the $50,000 is going to be spent on a project. So it's not contributing to the greater project. I'm confused by, it feels like there's a contradiction in my head and I'm just trying to figure it out.
I believe that they have asked, they need money immediately. The optics of the town not supporting them would probably not work well for some of their other grant requests, but I don't believe that it is as tied to that as we might have led on in some of our earlier conversation a moment ago.
That would make sense.
Rob?
No, it was just a point of clarification where the deputy has declared a conflict of interest, and the only time that, in terms, it's acknowledged that the information that was sought from council relative to the clarification of whether this is tied to future funding applications or for immediate repairs is fair game, because the deputy has that requisite information. But I was just going to caution council from actively engaging with the deputy where she has declared a conflict. She happens to be one of the few people here at the table who could speak emphatically to the one particular question that was asked, but beyond that, that's where it should be delineated.
Thank you.
Councillor Ingham.
Just to get the dialogue going. So I guess to Councillor McKay's point, what precludes other people coming and saying we need this money before we apply for grant money? Because, it's good for us, like we're looking at the curling club, we see their full package of what they're doing. We're not seeing the full package of the historical society and where they're getting the money. So coming from where Councillor McKay is sitting, it's like, we're going to give this money to fix. Are they going to be getting any more? Is that going to be enough for them to be pushed forward? You see what I mean? So it would be nice to see what other grants or possible grants they had. So when we're going to be giving $50,000, which is substantial, that we know that just doing the outside, and the outside, I'm not going to say, it definitely needs to be done. There is no question about it. That building on the outside needs to be done. I will agree on that. But I think it's almost like putting the cart before the horse on certain aspects, because usually when people come and ask for grant money, we see where the other grant money is coming in. We can see the progression, I guess. That's all. That from Councillor McKay, if I'm correct where you're saying.
Director Lake, would you like to add some? Was it?
I was just going to point out that they do have the project broken down into phases. So the first phase is approximately 76,000 in planned for this year. And so they do also have other confirmed sources of funding, as you've mentioned some of them, but in the RFD that was presented in January, that's all outlined. So I would say that the 50,000 from the town could be used in year one towards phase one of the project.
Councillor McKay?
Okay, that's what I'm trying to ascertain is, because you would hate to give money to anyone, not just Randall House, anyone, and then it not come to fruition, I guess, is if you give, it's no different than the discussion we had with Landmark East. You give the money, it doesn't get spent, it just sits. But this one says it's going to get used if there's other funds available for them right now. And then will that guarantee that they're going to get more funds so that this $50,000 isn't for naught? Because then you just, you fix something, but then the rest is all gonna kind of, I don't want to say come down around it, but like, will further damages be done and that money not have done what it was intended to do?
Other comments? I am going to comment. I've just conferred with the interim CAO. The deputy mayor is just going to chair this motion. She's not going to vote because she has a conflict of interest. So I wasn't sure if we could do that. Am I correct?
You're correct, your worship, and the deputy's role in this regard is chairing the meeting and addressing the business portion of the meeting and not the subject matter that's being debated.
Okay. I didn't see anybody else, any other hands up. So my comment on this, from my very first day on this council, I think we have not done a good job of supporting our museum. It is a municipal in many places. This would be a municipal facility. We get a great service for very limited funding of what is in most places a municipal service. I do support this. I can't imagine that the East End would be any better off if for some reason the museum does have to leave because the building is falling apart. My apologies if I gave any inclination or suggestion that this money is there to lever other funds. It is not, although in one situation, clearly it is looked on positively. If a municipality supports its own municipal operation, then obviously, or if it doesn't, then obviously the Provincial Heritage Fund would say, well, if the town doesn't care about this museum, why should we? I have said, this is my 12th year of saying this, I do not know why we are not closer aligned with our museum. We get a good deal from the museum. We have very committed volunteers. They have done walks, community walks through COVID. I know that they provide a close recreational leisure opportunity for those who are visiting our town and visiting Willow Park. I'm quite surprised that some of the conversations here, because to me, this is like, we won't support a splash pad, or we won't support a trail. This is a recreational, cultural attribute in our community that a group of individuals are providing that we all benefit from. So I will definitely be supporting this.
Anybody else like to speak to this motion?
Yeah, I don't get the sense that we were like, I walk by it every day. It does need repair. I think it was just the process that Jody was commenting on. That was all. So I don't think that anybody's sitting here and saying, we don't want to support the Historical Society or anything like that. It was more of a process of and that was a valid question. So I do want to say that. I don't know if we're ready to put the question on the table and see where it goes.
I think it's on the table.
It's on the table.
I think Councillor McKay had her hand up first.
Thank you. Yeah, I can't hear because you don't have your mic on. Yeah, I'm actually a little offended by that. But I like to know where the money's going, and there was an allusion stated that if it wasn't going to be spent, it was to leverage other funding only. Happy to see that building. Been in it, think it's a great asset to our community. But I think it's fair for us to ask the questions and make sure it's spent properly. And clearly it is going to be done. So thank you for the clarity, and I will be voting in favor.
Sure.
Demi? I'll be voting in favor as well. I love the Randall House Museum. I am a history buff. I completely see some of the points that were raised about, I should say, I want to thank Nick for clarifying that it is a multi-year process and they do have things earmarked for each year. Following in the news, something like Charles McDonald House, where they had the same thing. And there are sometimes when they apply for funding and they don't get it, and the project is then stalled when municipal money has already been spent. So you wonder, you just want that peace of mind that money that is taxpayer money that is given will be seen to the end of the project and not used in year one with nothing coming in year 2 and 3, and then what happens? The Legion across the street is the same. They apply for funding before things are in place. And if they don't get the funding, then what? What do they do? So it is a matter of good planning. I would not mind of Randall House coming back in if this passes with just a little bit more clarification on year 1, year 2, year 3, what funding they've applied for. This is going to just basic repairs, and I would like to know that the Randall House, if they're going to do this work, is going to be upgrading for more accessibility a bit. I know it is a historical building, but you do want to be able to accommodate the community as a whole. So I will be supporting this. I appreciate the passion for history, and yeah, those were just some of my points.
Anyone else?
Thank you. Councillor McKay, my apologies. There was no intention to offend. What you are hearing is my passion as well for what I have always believed should be a municipal operation, and that has not ever been the case, but I believe in the museum, and I am truly grateful to members of the community who have stepped up, including Catherine Ryan, who is working hard to find other sources of funding. And to me, that the work of those volunteers adds to our community. And I just wanted to, I guess I am very passionate about keeping that building in our community.
May I just make one last comment? I know, sorry, it just came to my mind. If this passes, I know that sometimes it's very hard to communicate things to the community at large. So I think this is something that is very positive, that I think it needs a tremendous amount of community, not promotion, but acknowledgement that if we're doing this to contribute to something that we feel very passionate about, then it should be communicated to the community in as many ways possible, that this is why we do this and this is where money's going, and there should be a little bit more emphasis on how important Randall House is to our community.
Yeah, I will be supporting this also, but I just want to say our jobs around the table are to discuss. And so I want to be open to everybody's opinion on this, because everybody has a valid opinion. So we can be passionate, but ultimately, we're doing our jobs, we're spending taxpayers' money. So it's good to ask the questions. So question, are we ready for question? Okay.
All those in
Question.
favor?
Aye.
Motion passes.
Is anybody?
Oh, is that, no, everybody spoke, so I don't need to ask.
Say it for the public.
Okay, for the public, this was unanimous.
Just before we go to the next one, I totally agree with Councillor Butler. And in fact, as I have representing the town gone to various funding announcements, I thought, why do we not do funding announcements? And I'm looking at Barb Shaw. I think that we have we've done 3, maybe, well, at least 3 today. And if you know, if the federal government and the provincial government are out there, then I would like to see us, I'd like to see the town to get some credit, and it's also the opportunity to say exactly what you said. So it's not something we've ever done, but I think it's something we personally that we should start.
I would like to move for a 10-minute recess.
I second that.
Okay? We are recessed for 10 minutes.
You were fast.
Counselor McKay, are you there? There she is. There she is. Hi. And we're good. Welcome back to the remainder of our Committee of the Whole for May 7th. And we just realized we had one more budget related motion that had to wait till after the break. So that deals with the work done at the Legion. Councillor Butler.
I can
Move
certainly
that.
put this on the table. Yep. I would move that Committee of the Whole forward the following motion to council. The council acknowledge that the approved project-specific increase to the capital budget in the 2024-2025 fiscal year of $610,000 to carry out the full scope of work in the East End parking lot includes work to the value of $21,000 attributed to the betterment of the Wolfville Legion parking and walkway areas.
Thank you. A seconder, please, Deputy Mayor. Is there any discussion on this item? Hearing none.
Oh,
Oh, yes?
yes.
Yes. Oh, sorry.
Just one question, just to sort of piggyback from our discussion we had before the break about, would this fall into something like a funding announcement for the
I
municipality?
think it should.
Okay, all right. I would
And
just
we
like
have
to,
given other things to the, so we may,
I would just like to
bring
earmark
that in.
that as something
Yeah.
that would be,
absolutely. I would assume. Any other questions? All those in favor, please indicate by saying aye. Aye. Opposed? That is also passed unanimously. And that moves us into donation of a boxcar. Is somebody going to? No, we need. We don't need a. Whoa.
there's an info report first.
There is an info report. Is the word up at the council table is we don't need a report, but
Roads, we don't.
everybody thinks the report is good. So unless staff would really like to present, or and there may be questions.
No, the agenda, there's an info report as a
Yes.
second item, but it's on the parks, not the boxcar.
Right.
Oh,
Yes.
okay.
Director Lake, would you like to talk? Apparently it's there's a report and we have a motion, so. No. I'm talking about the boxcar. Oh, sorry, I've got the motions list, not the agenda item. So. Info report, sorry, I've got too many papers up here. Info report on parks. Definitely need that.
Is the boxcar item?
It's next, but not now. This is the info report on parks.
Oh, sorry, I thought the boxcar item was before that.
Well, yeah, because you did what I did. I'm looking at the motion list, not the agenda.
There's not a whole lot to say about the Parks Plan report. It's kind of a work in progress. I have a new senior planner starting in a couple weeks, and I have quite a substantial list of things for them to dig into. And some of that is what I would say is some of the setup work and some of the back end work that we haven't been able to do on the Parks Plan to move this forward. I would like to spend more time on that myself, to be honest. And I think it's really important that we get it done. I think we've always talked about it as a capital investment tool. And I think we struggle at budget time, setting priorities in my time here anyway, over the last 10 years. And that's why there was such a push to get that piece of work done. So one of the immediate things, or a couple of the things that I do have is there's some work that we need to scope on the old burying ground. There's additional work at Waterfront Park that's required, that's linked to our flood risk work. And there's also work at Olson to set and manage expectations there and look at some investment in the short term. So those are three things that I'd really like to move forward in the shorter term. And certainly the new council will be getting into this, and I hope to be really moving with some momentum at that time. So yeah, I think that's probably enough on that, and I can take questions about process. Some of it I may not have my head around yet, but certainly something we're still working on.
Questions of staff? Councillor McKay?
Further, like, one, sorry, further to that though, Devin, we will be moving forward with the things that are in the budget this year. So Reservoir, the West End, the other things you just mentioned were just on top of those.
Absolutely. Yeah. All of the stuff in the budget for this year too. And I should just say here that some of that, well, all of those issues are at different points from a design perspective. So I think regardless of what the outcome in this budget year of any of those parks projects are, we're going to benefit from moving those forward as far as we can get them. Some of this stuff's going to be out of our control, as we've stated before, but I think we'll really benefit from hopefully getting them all done. But anything that isn't finished will be in a much better place after this year.
Councillor McKay, other? Councillor Ingham?
Yeah, I just had a question that was proposed to me, walking like the trails. So as we're moving forward, we have the tree policy. You also have been talking with a group about some invasive species that you're going to be clearing up. So maybe I'm looking to count Deputy Mayor Elliott. Years ago, we were talking about like cleaning up in the trails, all the down trees. There seems to be a lot more of them. And like, because we've had so many fires in the past, you know, I would be concerned, you know, when it's dry. Do we have any plans to have like a working group to get rid of some of the debris around? Because there is quite a few, and there has been quite a lot more since we've had the storms that I noticed staff has taken down. So where does that lie in there? I mean, I'm concerned with fires and the safety of it. So yeah.
Yeah, it's interesting. We've had a number of discussions about this, and just to allude to a few things that Councillor Ingham mentioned, we do have a group partnering with Blomidon Naturalists, and we're doing a pilot project up along the entrance to Reservoir. They're very keen, but there's been some indemnification, some signage that we want to roll out with it. It's just a small area, but really that's around dealing with invasive species and also looking at reforestation of native species. And so the Acadia staff are also involved in that and have access to a lot of plant material. As far as all of the deadfall, Peter and I have done a couple of walks, and he's actually on a provincial Fire Smart committee and is bringing some expertise to that. So I'm hoping quite quickly he's starting that work now. And I hope we can get some really good recommendations. I mean, the issue is we don't necessarily have the capacity. The task is very large, but I think if we can come up with a management plan to go through that systematically. We just talked with Acadia as well, with Peter there. They're having the same challenges. They had a volunteer group that was helping. A lot of those people are aging to the point that they're not able to do that. So I think some of this is going to be working with volunteers, to be honest, and trying to build capacity around that.
Councillor Palmer?
Not sure is exactly the right place to ask this. We'll ask it anyway. Where are we with the woolly algid? And what's our next plan on that? With the hemlock. Yeah. Okay.
So we have a couple different projects on the go concurrently. So up at the Nature Preserve on Forestville Road that we own and manage with the Nature Trust. They are doing testing and seeing if there's funding for treatment up there. That's still to be determined. And so more information will come back to council on that. And we've been working with Blomidon Naturalists on having a better understanding of what we have in town and what some of the treatment options are. Again, these are all happening in real time. So some of them have costs and we're not quite sure how to really discern all of that yet. So once we have that information, we're going to bring it back. But that's all happening. We're looking at those with our partners.
Thank you.
Something else, Councillor Palmer?
Oh, sorry.
I agree with Councillor Ingham, and I've been quite surprised at how much deadwood is at the reservoir between I call the road that's closest to the highway and the main road into the park, and also all of the debris that's come down as you get into, I guess, what used to be Kennylands, but just to the north of the trail around the big pond. And it's so dry. I was in there 2 days ago and I thought it wouldn't take much to set this whole thing off. And I just wonder if we shouldn't, I know Dan Stovall or people in the province who have dealt with the fires of last summer, it does seem like it's just a match in there, and that whole thing would go up, and the proximity to homes, at least just a little bit north of that is a concern, but I'm not sure that. I would just like to know that we've done our due diligence and said this is not a problem, because I don't know, but it just looks like it's full of little matchsticks. And also through the Millennium Trail, same thing. I know the kids are in there and building lean-tos and teepees, and but again, I've thought for a few years that just looks like a good place for a bonfire to go up. So I think it would be helpful for council to have some input on that. I was happy to see in your report some attention to Olsen Park. There is, I know, a difference of opinion. Certainly the residents of that community have been told in no uncertain terms by other residents immediately to their east that that part of the East End will not be developed for 20 years because people don't plan to sell. If that's our rationale, and I know that could change, but that seems to be our rationale for not paying attention to that park. I notice it's the only town park to the east of downtown. And it's a community that's been around since the 70s. There are quite a number. It's actually the kind of community we are trying to build. There's a lot of small towns, no backyards, a lot of kids who live there. And that park is in dire need for some attention. So even to schedule a time to talk to the residents, as we've done for other parks, would go a long way, I think, to there's a lot of frustration brewing in that community because no attention has been given for decades to that park. And it's hard to tell where the park is now. It's been so unused and unmaintained. So thank you for putting that in there. And just to go back to my comment, I just know that none of us want to see a fire in Wolfville. And I think that the possibilities of something happening are there. The groundwork is literally there on the ground.
Say one other thing, just, I think I might, if council's comfortable with this, maybe get Peter in just to speak with council around some of the fire smart management that he's involved with. Because it is a large task to manage the woodlands that we have. And we also have the nature trust, which is further from homes. So we should maybe look in town first. Maybe we can bring something back in the next month or so.
That would be great. And we don't underestimate the cost that would be, but man, I also don't underestimate the cost of a fire, and it is a worry. Sorry, I turned my thing off. Councillor McKay.
Sorry, thank you. Yeah, further that, Deb, maybe what is our liability on that? And do we have signs that can go up that say, you know, aside from no campfires, no smoking, no anything at all could send that up. I too am worried about it. So not that signs will make everyone stop, but should we put them up just as a reminder?
We'll look at that as well. Maybe we can chat with our local fire department in more detail about this too, and Dan Stovall, and just bring some different heads together to have a discussion. We'll bring Peter in as well. So we'll bring something back on that. Thanks for that.
Okay, thank you, Director Lake. And I don't know, are you going to do the box car, or is that Nick?
If you have anything, I haven't planned the presentation, but I can answer any questions.
Okay, are there any questions? We do have a motion on the box car. Uh, Before we cheer, not to preclude that what the council's will be, does anybody have any questions of staff on that? Or comments? Comments.
I sat in my office the day that the boxcar arrived, and growing up, it was a dream to have trains fall from the sky. So I'm not gonna lie, I was very excited. But I'm also very excited that it is going to a group that is going to use it and appreciate it as much as we would have loved to. But I could question the process of how it fell from the sky, but now that it's leaving, I really don't need all that clarification. But it did just seem to suddenly appear, and I don't know if it was approved before my time around the table, or how it even, you know, thank you to whoever dropped it from the sky for us train lovers. And I just want to say that as a train lover, I understood the appreciation of trying to preserve a little bit of history and have it there and all that stuff. But there's no way I would ever approve spending as much money as it was given to us to make it something. So I'm glad that it's going, and thank you to whoever organized that. But train lovers unite. There are other ways to appreciate history.
Councillor Palmer.
I'd agree with Councilwood Butler. Vita, it's kind of nice to have it here, but it's nice to see it go.
Yeah.
But
Like guests.
yes, kind of like guests. It's like guests.
That's been longer than 3 days.
Yeah.
I would suggest that when it leaves, we just pass this on to Ms. Shaw, like, let's promote this. That's done be quite an engineering feat to get it out of there. And I think that'll be kind of cool. And I think if I was in grade 6 at Wolfville School, I would be excited about watching that. In fact, I'm pretty excited about it as it is. I may go down and watch it myself.
I'll be there.
Yeah. I'm assuming it's going out by
Get
float. I
costumes.
can't imagine it's going any other way. So then I have to
True.
lift it and put it up.
Through Mayor Donovan to the counselor, I really had a great time filming the arrival. I can roll that video out if anybody wants to pregame. Yeah. Yeah, we could just, good point. We don't need to film it again. We could just reverse it out. It is one of those things from a safety consideration. We had lots of support shutting down roads. It was a big undertaking to get it arriving safely. We actually worked to somewhat limit the crowds when it was arriving because we were nervous. So we might also limit the crowds when it is departing because it has to be craned out. But I will, I'll forward the link to the video for folks to review, to relive the adventure.
Can you do the video so that it rewinds too?
I'm gonna do my best.
Okay.
I'll also edit in Councillor Palmer.
Yeah.
I know you have can council be made aware of the day that it is disappearing? So like, I would like to go there. I have a costume. Okay.
I'm sure you do.
Does that surprise anybody?
Deputy Mayor.
I kind of feel sorry in one respect because the staff at the library were looking forward to having extra storage space, and they were going to use it in the concerts that they had on the back of, but everything's changed. And I know the person who explained to me that it was a CN rail car and not a CP rail car is going to be extraordinarily happy because the DAR was CP. So it doesn't really fit. So thank you to the town clerk for organizing.
All right, we do have a motion. Don't all jump, but who would like to put this motion on the floor?
I'm happy
to. Okay. Deputy Mayor.
I'm okay. I would move that committee of whole forward the following motion to council for decision, that council approve the donation of the boxcar to the Musquodoboit Harbor Heritage Society at no cost or liability to the town. All logistics of removal to be worked out with town staff and the society.
The seconder, please.
I will second. that.
Councillor Butler, are there any comments or questions? All those in favor, please indicate by saying aye. Aye. Opposed? There was an echo there. That passes unanimously. Thank you, thank you, thank you, staff. Tells you where I am on that. All right, Director Lake, you're still. I have to look at my. Yes, we are on the rezoning of 123 Highland Ave.
Yeah. So all of these ones? Oops. This one? I can take over. I'm gonna, can I share it first though, just so Jody? What one? This one? Oh, sorry, yeah. Do you want me to put it on? Wait, yeah, I can do that.
Okay, good morning. Yeah, still morning. So I just want to talk about the format of these two files, just because this is a little bit different than I would do at Committee of the Whole for others. So I have two rezoning applications that are coming forward today, and they're going from one zone to another that is the same. And so some of this information is repetitive. And so I don't want to sound like a broken record and do the exact same presentation twice. So just for everyone's benefit and time, I'm doing a slightly longer presentation first. The second presentation will be sort of an abridged version of that with just some relevant details. I am going to invite both applicants up to the table with me. I think council will really benefit from asking questions directly to the applicant. This went really well at Planning Committee. So we'll deal with them one at a time, but I just want everyone to know what's coming. So the first application is a request to rezone two properties on Highland Avenue, which are adjacent to Highway 101. So the request is to zone from medium density residential to high density residential multi-dwelling unit. And both sites are about the same. So this is 4.35 acres, and you can see it quite clearly here. The task of council is really to consider a motion coming out of the Planning Advisory Committee. And so there was a motion that was carried from planning on April 11th to recommend for the rezoning at Highland Avenue. And just again, just a reminder of what I'm going to do here. I am going to go through a little bit of big picture, and I apologize, but I am going to go through it really quickly. Some of you have heard it, so I'm conscious of that, but I do just want to mention some of the bigger issues that we're wrestling with. And then the applicant's going to come up and do a short presentation. We can do a Q&A before the motions. I'm going to do the same for both applications. So I've brought this information many times to council now. So there is a very dire need for housing in the province, in the region, in the country. And these are some of the numbers that we have in our provincial housing action plan that this government has put on the table. So you can see that the level of need that we have, over 100,000 units by 2032 in the province. As part of the work around the Housing Accelerator Fund, the town has also carried out a housing needs assessment. I believe everyone's had a chance to really dig into this, so I won't go through all of the details, but there is information here, and these slide decks will be shared after. But there's great need in the town. Just in our little town, it's projected that we need over 1,700 units by 2032. And there's a great need for non-market housing as well, with large wait lists. Lots of discussion around homelessness in the community as well. So all of this culminated quite recently in us applying for Housing Accelerator Fund. This slide is just showing the National Housing Strategy and a number of programs that are being rolled out to support housing in our country. We were successful in receiving over $1.8 million to support systematic and transformational change in the housing market in the town. Certainly these two rezonings are part of that. We're bringing these forward in front of the fall election because these are really quality projects, frankly. And we're hopeful that we can move these forward to meet some of the targets that we've committed to under the Housing Accelerator Fund. So these are mostly in this first box that I'm showing. So there's public education that's really needed and rolling this out in context of actual housing units that are going to be built. Having the private investment actually come and speak to council directly, I think is really important. I think there's a lot of education and understanding that's going to be required as we move through this over the next few years. And that's not just in Wolfville. I think that's happening all across the country. And if you follow any type of media, you're seeing this kind of thing pop up all the time. So underpinning all of this is obviously the goal of encouraging more housing supply. So making zoning changes to better supply much needed housing that we are confident will actually get built. The other parts of our housing action plan include working with the university and an entire program around non-market housing. I won't go into great detail. I know everyone's familiar with this on council. The other big issue just to highlight here is the climate crisis and the tension around building new housing and the emissions associated with that and all the different changes that we're making in our communities. So the town did adopt a climate action plan in 2021. Certainly has been helpful in attracting certain types of investment like S2E coming to our community and looking at documents like this is really positive pieces to be part of. So this slide is really just really high level summary to action and show what we've done. So the action areas on the far left, the cover of the plan, a cover of our flood risk mitigation plan, and then a Venn diagram on the right, just showing some of the overlap with climate mitigation and climate adaptation, the two main streams of climate action at municipalities, certainly. Again, this shows where our emissions are actually coming from. So we spent a significant amount of time, had a staff person here working on our climate plan. So we really do have an understanding of where our emissions are, what things are going to look like if we don't do anything. And you can see on the left, a large part of our emissions are from buildings. So that's about 50%, and some of that Acadia emissions would be it for that as well. And this wedge diagram on the right just shows a pathway towards a more positive future around emissions in the town. And many communities, regions, countries are struggling with this same problem. I thought it was important, and we included this with the planning advisory committee package. This is a timely report that's coming out, that's just come out in March. Lindsay and I were fortunate enough to actually hear this report presented recently in Halifax, and the title speaks for itself. So it's a blueprint for building more housing and sort of bringing together the climate and housing crisis with a series of recommendations, a lot of work, a lot of experts involved. I realize you can't read these, but I just want to point to this report as something that I think is important to at least take a look at. And under Jody here, it says, we have to change the way we're doing things. And this is really what I was speaking to. I think a lot of decision-making looks to the past and talks about how things were done and why. I think we're entering an era where certainly things have to be done differently, and we're trying to do some of that now and setting up how we're going through the Housing Accelerator work. Turning the corner here into this actual application. So this is just some context around higher density development rights that are in the town currently. So at the top right, you see Woodman's Grove. That's been under construction for 20 years-ish, 15. And then you see the East End development to the south of that, where new zoning categories were created, a secondary planning strategy was put in place. And then in the middle of the screen, you see these two sites that we're looking at today, abutting Highway 101. The other area that I think is getting going, they already have higher density development rights there, and we'll probably be looking to do more there, is the West End development, the third phase of that. This is just another view, and I show this as well because it just shows how limited our land base is in town. And you see the top right circle, that's really against the municipal boundary. The East End lands are up against the municipal boundary. There's a lot of constraints. All to the north of Main Street is agricultural land. There's very few pockets to support more housing in the town. So these are some of those opportunities. These are some of the last sites of any size. These are both over 4 acres. So as we get into the actual application, we do a review with planning committee, looking at our planning documents. And in this case, I do really want to stress the sort of educational side to this, because this is a different process. I'm always conscious of the way things were done for many years before my time, which really was anything above 2 units required a development agreement in front of council with quite a bit of work associated with that. That's a very difficult way to attract people into the town with a lot of front end risk before there's any decisions made. And so that's why during the plan review, we moved to the site plan approval process. We knew that there was going to be rezonings coming and a different way to move some of this stuff forward. It's very timely that we've also got support from the Housing Accelerator Fund, because it will support this approach being better communicated and socialized in the community. This is directly from the land use bylaw. So this is just showing the intent around the zone that's being requested. And so this is the bare minimum to meet our site plan approval requirements. Once an applicant is going outside of these parameters, that could trigger another approval with council. But the idea here is that we're moving this forward with known parameters, upper limits that everyone agrees on through our planning documents. And everyone kind of knows what is potentially coming. The, I guess, gap with some of the development agreements that we've brought forward, where we're showing renderings of the buildings and many other details in advance, is that will all be handled by staff for site plan approval. And this really has all of those metrics. So it's up to 6 stories in this zone. There's subdivision and minimum lot requirements that should be highlighted. There's yard requirements, there's parking requirements. It's a really holistic look at the site. And even with a development agreement, if we were bringing these forward, we would be working with the developer in great detail before it got to council on what the proposal is and how it meets the intent of our planning documents. This isn't meant to be all read out loud, but I do want to just show everyone that it's detailed in our land use bylaw, the process for site plan approval. You can see here that the requirements, this sort of simple checklist that's in the middle of the slide, is consistent between development agreements and site plan. So the types of drawings, the application, the professionals involved are very similar. So there's a lot of diligence and there's a lot of cost to the developer to bring this type of project to fruition. So at the 123 Highland site, they're in the process of procuring design services, and I'll let Francisco introduce himself and his team that's here and talk about their process. But really at this stage, we're dealing with some preliminary metrics and making sure that things can fit on the site. They haven't done a detailed design. And so I think that really needs to be understood as part of this process with the rezoning and moving these forward. So I'll let them talk about the project in more detail, but this is the level of detail that we're working at this point. There are two motions for consideration in the package. So the second motion I think is important just for everyone to understand. And the rezoning approval is one thing around they can build buildings of such a size and we'll have parking requirements of X and side yards of this. But I think what we really need to think about, and this is linked into the parks plan as well, is what are the public benefits and how can people really see themselves in some of these projects so that there is a quality of life improvement as part of these projects. So with the 123 Highland site, we're looking at a contribution from the developer to build a sidewalk that finishes out the town, connects to our Highland Avenue network, will connect into what we're building along Pleasant. It backs on to a park space, so having a contribution there. And also talking about entries into town through Highland and Gasbro as you're coming in to the town of Wolfville with no real identifier that you're entering the town of Wolfville. And so working with them a little bit on some streetscaping and an entry feature that can highlight you're entering the town. So just for context, that second motion is really to give staff the ability to finalize these pieces. And I'd really like council to input on if there's ideas here that want to be pushed forward. I think what I've already spoken with the developers about and where the agreement is already there, I'm outlining on the slide. And I think that's really great as part of these projects. And I think it will improve the livability of these projects. But I'm looking for feedback on this aspect in particular. So just final couple slides. This proposal must be considered by council. It is a rezoning. It has legislative requirements around notification, around the types of meetings we have to run. From here, we would be looking to move into a public hearing that will have notification and advertising associated with that, including letters to property owners. And this type of a decision is appealable through the UARB. So just so everyone is aware, this gives that process a bit more specifics. So what I think we're steering towards at this point is maybe having that first reading at our regular meeting in May. Just
Council meeting in May.
yeah, and I think that might make this a bit easier. It'll give me some time to work with the developers on some of those public benefits, get everything agreed to, and then we can schedule from there and have the public hearing and decision in June, as we were going to do anyway.
The only, I'd just like to ask, I think a number of our council members are away in May 21st. I know you're back. Isabel's home? Okay, but you're
Just me.
You're just away, and Councillor McKay's, okay. I thought we might have a small number, and if you're not here, then you can't vote. Is that correct?
You have to be here at the public hearing. That's the more important meeting.
Okay, so
Yeah.
the first.
The first reading, we can move that forward. We're really just saying we want to proceed with a
Right,
public
okay.
hearing.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
And it's interesting with the development agreement, we wouldn't actually do a first reading. We would take it out of this meeting and just go to a public hearing. So
That was my only concern.
Yeah.
Are there,
rezoning.
yeah, are there questions of staff? Councillor Butler?
I just have one question based on some of the slides. So you had one slide up there. There is already an existing 123 island, correct?
correct.
Okay. I can't figure out what is there, but one of your slides had the new building going right over top of it. So is that something that will just be completely taken out, or what is that building?
Can I invite the developer
Sure.
up just to say a few things? And then I think we could have some questions
Okay, that
concurrently.
little point of
Because I think a lot of them will probably be for
Okay.
Francisco. Yeah. I'm gonna invite you up just to actually sit where I'm sitting, and I'll sit beside you. Okay. Yeah. I'm just gonna, Laura, do I need, oh yeah, I need to do this and then this, and this,
Counselor McKay?
and then this.
Just a question. So the developer's gonna speak to what he or she thinks are gonna be the questions we're going to ask, or he's just, is it he, I'm not, I can't see if they are going to give a, yeah, what's happening?
Director Lake, could you?
So I've invited both of the developers here, similar to what we did at planning committee, just to say a few words for themselves. I find with this type of process, a lot of the questions end up being for the applicant. And I think we could answer some of those questions together. The applicant can go back and then council can consider the motion after that.
Okay, Counselor McKay?
So we're asking questions of the developer. Sorry, I wasn't at planning. So for those of us that aren't our planning.
Absolutely. You can ask questions of staff and the developer. As soon as they're just going to go through a few slides to sort of tell everyone about their project and their proposal themselves. And then we'll do Q&A. Then we'll go into the motion with just council having that discussion.
Okay. All right. Okay, so Director Lake and the developer have some more information, and then we'll open it up to council for questions.
Great. Thank you very much, Madam Mayor and honored councilman. And Director Lake, thank you for the opportunity. It's an honor and it's a very happy occasion for us to be able to speak to you about our site, which is our first sort of presence in the region, but it's certainly not intended to be the last. We're coming to Nova Scotia because we see a great deal of opportunity and needs that are aligned with the values of our company here in Wolfville and a little bit in the larger area of the valley and the province as a whole. S2E Technologies has partnered with the owners of 123 Highland Avenue to develop this project that is intended to be a landmark project for us in the province, a flagship, if you will. We are not a real estate developer that considers the environment to be an important consideration in our work. We are an environmental sort of clean technology company that was set up to address the challenges of climate change mitigation, and that in the process of doing that, understood how important real estate is in establishing the footprint of a community on the environment. And so over 12 years ago, we started this migration from clean energy generation from solar technology towards the integration of clean technologies into urban design and urban buildings, because buildings are responsible for 40% of the greenhouse gas emissions that our communities generate as a whole, right? So this is something that is core to the mission of this company, and we have been sort of educating ourselves in what it takes to change the way real estate is developed and buildings are placed in the communities. And from the outset, that means that we have I think a fundamentally different approach to how to do these projects than what you see normally from developers. We begin all our projects with an extensive process of dialogue and conversation with the community to understand what is happening in the community, what are the needs, what are the pain points, and in this process, try to find the right vision for the site, right? And so in this particular, let me just say, so thank you, Director Lake, because you put the site in context clearly. We've had some initial consultations with the town, with the university. We understand, so there's a lot of needs. We're very familiar with the housing needs assessment that was done by the town. We have, and we understand that there are not too many other pieces of land left where this kind of density could be put into within the boundaries of the town. So it's important, I think, to do this right. We believe that there is a way of demonstrating an increase in density that responds to the housing needs, while at the same time, an integration with environmental considerations to demonstrate sort of a certain quality of life and what is possible when you do high density with sustainability and climate change mitigation integrated into it. So some of the elements, of course, is going up in construction. We don't feel that it's important to go too high, but we think 3 to 4 stories is necessary. We're discussing with our architects what the layout would be. With the zoning, the zoning request would allow us to increase density significantly from what is currently allowed in the current zoning, which is essential to give feasibility to the construction and to integrate certain aspects in the design that would preserve green space, that would preserve spaces for community building, and also to introduce the net zero energy technologies into the buildings, which is essential so that the buildings are all electric, so they're not burning any fossil fuels for their operation of the buildings, that they can support electric vehicles in the future as demand increases. So they would have integrated solar energy generation into the buildings, and they would have smart technologies to manage the energy loads from the building for heating and cooling, for water heating, and then for electric vehicle charging as well. So those are sort of at the high level, sort of the strategic sort of design elements that we want to have into the building. There's a conversation to be had about the location, the use of parking that would be part of the design process, and eventually a dialogue with the town in the form of, in our communities, we have found, for example, that integrating car sharing and smart combination of modes of transportation. For example, we also believe that e-bikes can be a very useful amenity to a community of this size to move people around the town. We anticipate that our target demand for this units, this would be rental units, would be young professionals, university professors, people who want to come back to Wolfville because of some historic family connections, and they want to live in a place that is nice, that is appealing, that is attractive, but that is affordable. So we are the original plan is to do 120 units with the possibility to continue to grow as we validate the market response. Well, I spoke a little bit already about who we are as a company and why we're doing this. We're just completed, what I also think is a flagship project in London, Ontario. You see it here is Eve Park. It's an example of the type of community. This is 85 units that are what is called stacked townhomes, and this is a condominium development with the circle, the courtyards that for each building that generate that contribute to the support of community. Very unique, autonomous, and endogenous landscaping all around the buildings, or smart electric vehicle parking towers in each building for the parking of vehicles that are also able to charge while they're parked there. Anyways, we're very proud of this work and look forward to the opportunity to show it to you if you're ever over there. And we looked at Wolfville when this site was presented to us, and we were, to be honest, pleasantly surprised by every interaction we've had with the town so far. It seems to us that you guys have a deep understanding of these tensions and this important sort of objectives of reconciling development with climate change mitigation and sustainability and community building. And it's like we didn't have to, fight you on this. You were already asking us to consider this, and it's not our experience when we go commonly to other locations. So that was a pleasant surprise. It's been very encouraging. We've also been able to find an interesting array of local partners that have been supporting the early stages of project development that could be participating in the construction phase. It's always our intention to use local resources as much as possible in our work. So I've already spoken about this, but it's important to emphasize that rezoning is absolutely essential to achieve the objectives of a sustainable community of the right kind of size for this site. The site is large and it can accommodate a high number of units, and that gives it the scale that makes it possible to bring both the design and engineering sort of services level, the services that are needed, but also to keep the rents at the right level so that they're in line with market rates as low as possible to the CMHC has standards for different regions of what they consider affordable rates, and we want to try to stay close to that, as close as possible to that threshold. So again, we have been having very productive conversations with Director Lake on the vision for the development. We understand, and it's very much aligned with our vision to have this bike lane, is sidewalk / bike lane, eventually a way to facilitate safe cycling onto the rest of the network. And we're also very happy to have the opportunity to intervene in this park, perhaps look at some sustainable landscaping to that park, introduce some playground upgrades. The park obviously is directly connected to the property, so it would be an amenity, so to speak, to the community, but it's also connected through the roads to the rest of the community. So we love that kind of a green space as a form of interaction with the rest of the community. We're also looking at the rest of the bike trails that exist, and we're ensuring that we will be ensuring in the design that they're adequately connected to what we do, right? We are in the early stages of project design, so we're considering different, these are draft concept plans. There's a design process that is just getting started now, going into fast gear. We're probably going to bring people to Wolfville in the month of June for a design workshop event, and we will be inviting the participation of the Director Lake's office to inform and be able to ask questions and contribute to the design discussions. And then the goal is to move towards a site plan application in July, August, and complete sort of the design preparation towards a tender and permits before the end of the year. Hopefully we can start some site preparation before winter comes in so that the start of construction could be swift in the spring of 2025. There would be the vision is there will be a phased construction, so not everything will be done all at once, but we will have more opportunities as we go through the process to come back to council and report on our ideas and the progress towards all the completion of the project. These are some of the things that we have done in the past. This is Eve Park, which is of course our pride and joy. This is the parking towers. They eventually get covered, enveloped by a green wall. So this photo is unique because it shows the structure, but eventually there will be a green wall surrounding that. Thank you. Yeah. Happy to take questions.
Councillor Butler.
Just to sort of ask my question again, now that I have you there, just the clarification of the existing 123 Highland, what that is, where that will go, what happens?
So this building here is a fourplex that has 4 little units. It's an old building. It's not in horrible shape, but it is old. We will begin construction on the vacant lot. but there will be a site plan for the entire two sites. And eventually, after the completion of the first building, this would be demolished and something new will be built there, right?
Okay, so the existing residents,
We'll be we'll be
have
having
the-
a conversation with them about how to accommodate them.
Okay,
yes. And
okay.
we need to understand what their needs are and their expectations.
Mhm.
There will be some disruption, of course, to the life of those residents while construction is going on there, but that will be part of the conversation.
and then I have another question, just because I'm a visual person, so I went on the website and all I could really see were the modern style type buildings from London.
Mhm.
So I'm just trying to picture in terms of what you're aiming for with 120 units. I always compare any real massive development to Woodman's Grove, which is funny that we're, so Woodman's Grove, just the 5 buildings currently, do you know that, this is obviously for Devon, the total acres that covers and the amount of units there and the amount of height that is? I'm just trying to get a visual of what 120 units height-wise building span, what Woodman's Groves does now and what this will compare to.
Well, we can,
Is
we've
that
got
po-
Peter here.
Yeah,
too,
is that-
but
is it possible to get
so
just a
Peter's
few of
new
those numbers?
building is 74 units, the larger building that's not open yet.
That's
Just to give you a sense.
74
of-
units, okay.
Yes, but the thing to keep in mind is the size of units at Woodman's are quite large.
That includes the 74.
Okay, that's just the 5 existing buildings, not the one. And the new one. Okay, can you give that number to me again? 200?
Can someone say that into a mic, please?
Oh,
290 units on about 5 acres at Woodman's Grove.
over 5 acres. And 3 stories. Okay. That helps tremendously. Okay. That's 6 buildings. Okay. Okay.
Units are large. In the first 5 buildings, the average unit would be close to
1,200 square feet, okay.
We can't hear that, and so neither can the public.
He was just saying that the average unit at Woodman's is over 1,200 square feet. And we'll just limit Peter from speaking without a microphone for now.
Yes,
For
but those are-
Councilor McKay's
those are some
benefit.
visual questions to put everything in
Appreciate that,
perspective,
Peter.
so I appreciate that. Thank you.
Counselor Palmer?
Yes, I got a sort of a series of questions, and I think they're gonna be pretty quick, I think. So this would be for Director Lake. Once we bring in the Bryson property and the 2 new properties we're talking about today, how many new residences do you think that's gonna give us? What's your guess at this point? I know it's a guess, but so.
So just my information on labor force, that 1,700 by 2032, that's in the needs assessment. I think we would be really lucky to get half of that in, but there could be other projects that are coming. So 500-600 units between this project, Peter's upcoming project, in the East End, mostly what I think we'll see in the shorter term is lower density 4-unit builds. Some semis, some singles. You'll see, I think, even some of that potentially starting this summer.
Okay.
The bigger buildings, the multi-unit over in the East End, I don't expect any of that to start this summer just because they have a lot of other work that they're doing there.
But once the Bryson property comes online, that's how many units do we think is gonna be on the Bryson property?
Ooh, I want to say that it's in the 400s. Yeah,
I think you're right. I think it's that number.
Yeah, and sorry if that's wrong, but it's not far off that if that's not it.
So are any of these builds that we've got coming up, is there any consideration for non-market?
I think Peter will speak to that a bit. He's certainly has done some of that in his existing project with CMHC, and I think he'll probably take the time to speak to the challenges of that as well. But we will be encouraging both to do that. And part of the reason that we want to get this non-market housing work started now is because I think there's some other opportunities that the town can partner with these folks to bring some additional units online.
That the town can partner with the non-market? How do you mean by that?
Well, there's a number of discussions happening with nonprofits in the region, including Valley Roots. We have committed to having a non-market housing grant program as part of the accelerator fund. So a certain amount of that budget is actually going towards supporting affordable housing as well. So there's a few different opportunities there.
Next question I'll direct to Director Sousa. Water and sewer capacity is not a concern for either one of these. We may as well group them all together. One's coming right after the other.
Not at this time, no.
Okay. And you're looking at a wood build as opposed to concrete?
Yes, in our case, we're looking at wood build.
Okay.
There will be probably concrete foundations, but
Of course,
the structures will be.
Yeah. And you're looking at rentals, not condos.
Correct.
But it's a rentals or condos in London. Am I correct in saying?
In London is a condo, yes.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Ingham?
Thank you. I did see your presentation at planning. I just wanted to follow up with a couple of questions. I do love the sustainable, innovative model that you have presented. Can you just talk about the park? I'm just always thinking about parks. Like we get to it and it's not a park that we really think about, I guess, maybe, yeah, a whole lot coming off of Evangeline Court. Is that your intention to sort of make it a little bit more accessible to more people and have it a little bit larger? And is that something that you're doing or is the town doing? It is a public park, right? It would be nice to see that. And how can you get to it off Highland or would you still only be able to get to it off Evangeline Court?
So if we zoom out here a little bit, both projects aren't that far from that park. What I'm envisioning at this stage is a contribution towards the park. It is a town park, so it's not going to be privatized if that is any concern. But I think there's a lot of potential there for some investment, improvement. I mean, when we're just talking about the parks plan, the biggest issue with that is that we really don't have enough money to fund some of these things. And this is part of where I'm trying to steer this, is creating a space there that people can be proud of and people see an increase in their quality of life from adding dwelling units around them.
So it is the intention of the developer to actually put money into that, to our public park. Is my correct?
That's correct. So this is all part of a conversation that is beginning, but the idea is that there would be a joint vision for what the park would look like, and we would be looking at the most cost-efficient way of achieving that without compromising public access. The opposite, enhancing public access.
Can I follow up? So just to follow up, so because your company is sustainable and like a green, is that something that you plan to do in the park also? Like, I don't.
So for example, when it comes to the landscaping of our land, the land of the project, we would look at blending that with the landscaping that goes into the park. So the landscaping would be all based on regional sort of endogenous species and being harmonious with whatever is going on from an ecosystem perspective. So that's one thing. Water consideration is also an important thing, irrigation. So it is all done in a way that is resource smart. And then, of course, if we use any building materials to create any particular facilities in the park, that all of that be as sustainably sourced as possible.
Other questions from council? Councillor Butler?
Just a question of clarification, because I was given this gorgeous land zoning map at one point, and it hangs in my apartment because it's very colorful and it's super awesome. So just looking at the motion, I was just looking for the terms like are this, are that, are, so R3 is there for medium density. This is actually going to be switched to an R4, correct? Or is it different than an R-MDU?
It's being, it's R-MDU.
Okay. So what is the difference between R-MDU and R4?
There's more development rights with, so R4 was really an existing zone that we applied to essentially existing apartment buildings in town. And there hasn't been really, I'm not sure there's been anything approved under that zoning in my time. So we created a new zoning in the East End, and that's being applied here.
That's what that is.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. It was I see some R4 zones recognizing what is on those pieces of land, wondering why this is now something different, but it's probably because in R4, you can only go so high and only have so. Is it the height thing that is a primary difference?
There's a whole bunch of pieces that contribute to that. So all of those metrics that we show on that zoning diagram,
Yeah.
a lot of those have been adjusted during the East End review to better correspond to this type of project.
Okay.
I will also say that there's a lot of people interested in rezoning in town, and I think the new council will have a whole package coming to them, and some of those will be those R4 properties, just for context.
Okay. Thank you.
Councillor McKay?
Thank you. The new RMDU that we created in the East End, I thought it was simply for the East End because I actually asked that question and said, if we do this, will we be setting a precedent somewhere else? And the answer was no, but this sounds like that was a yes.
So our municipal plan has a policy in it because I've dealt with this over many years, this question of precedent. And so it actually says that one decision is not a precedent for another because each site is very different. And so when I answered that question at the time, that was the context. And so the East End was a project boxed within very specific lands. And so we approved zoning based on those properties. Once we create a zoning category, absolutely, it is applicable to other properties subject to council's approval. And so that's the process we're going through now. So I think at the time it was, are we going to zone other properties right now like this? And it was, let's just focus on the East End. My honest opinion is those zones that we created in the East End are very useful to the consideration that we're going to be giving now and moving forward. So,
yeah. I think that was just slightly not what I asked and not particularly, okay, it's fine. In the context of that, I understood it was just going to be on the East End. So my question then, so these will be 3 to 4 stories high and 120 units in total on that property, just for the SE2 space.
So there's 2 sites on this already, and part of what is the understanding that's required is there is the ability to do 120 units in a building over 4 acres. In this context, they could probably do the second phase of another building. And so that will depend on where the market is, what type of final site plan they land on. I think what Francisco was saying is they're moving forward with the first phase of 120 units, and there would be an opportunity to have additional phase.
Okay, so then what does this build out look like in its entirety? Because this is, you know, a fairly substantial piece of land. We did a whole secondary plan for the other space. So what's full build out look like? Because then it goes into the questions that Councillor Palmer was asking is, what does our infrastructure hold? What is going to happen for green space? I'm with Councillor Ingham. I think it'd be interesting to see what that park looks like. And when we get into a site plan, I understand that Director Lake and his team's going to run with that, and that's awesome. but now's our time to get the things in that we're questioning. So I'm curious about the green space. And I'm also curious about Highland didn't get great reviews in terms of usability. It's narrow, their sidewalks, people have their opinions on them. That's fine. And then we're tying into that. I'm also concerned, like I was on the East End, if we put 600 people up at the top of the hill, there's only one way out of town, and that's down. And what do our streets, and we can put active transportation in, and that would be great, but people have to drive to their jobs. And unless we're getting a massive increase in economic development downtown, everyone's going to drive out of town somehow. So that means they're going through streets that have already been built with a certain infrastructure in place. And then we put, I don't know, 600 more people coming out of town from the top. That does concern me, especially when we're going through school zones in every direction. And we're having traffic problems and speed problems now. So I'm curious about that. I'm curious about accessible units. Will there be more of those? And the affordability as well. Climate change part, love it. I think that's all spectacular. And always look forward to seeing those. But some of those other things do cause me some concern. Wrapped all those questions into one, sorry.
Yeah. Kind of like 10 questions there. Go ahead.
So thank you very much. I mean, this is exactly what we love to hear from you guys. What are your pain points? What is it that is critical to the vision of the town as a whole that you have in mind? And this is, as you are saying, this is the right time to be passing on these types of comments. And we will welcome, if you want to take some time to think about this some more and send us through Director Lake any further comments that you would have on what you would want to see on the site and what you would not want to see on the site, because we are still in the early stages of the design process. We will bring a proper site plan for the full site with emphasis on what would be the first phase of the development, but with a vision for the full site for consideration. I believe the site plan is approved by council, right?
No, the site plan, if the metrics that are in the land use bylaw, and I would really encourage everyone to read through those metrics, because a lot of your questions are answered in terms of amenity space requirements. The big thing that I'm really looking at today is what do you think from an off-site perspective and impacts that we can think about? I don't think I have answers to all your questions, but I really like to hear where the concerns are at. So as we move towards a public hearing and consideration by council to approve these, we can actually bring back more information for council. So as I say, their team is still working on design. I think the gap is we're not going to have a finished design. And I think if that is the will of council, we'll have to rethink what we're doing going through this process. If a full build out is thought of as being required, that's a different process than we're running right now, because we're looking just at the rezoning at this point.
Yeah, I think that's where we're running into trouble, is that we're looking at a pocket of land and we're saying, here's what all the amenities need to be in this pocket. Yep, there's lots of checklists to go through on that. That's 100% correct. What we're not always considering is what the effects are on everything around it and how it affects the rest of the neighbors. And I think that's where people have a tendency to come out and voice their concerns with us. So I'm just doing that now to say, I think we need to think about that. There's houses on the downside there. What's runoff? How does that affect all of that neighborhood? Definitely think we need housing, but you know, from 2032, that's 8 years out at 1,700, that's 200 units a year. We look like we're, you know, if everything goes on pace, looks like we might actually hit that, which is fantastic. But I think we shouldn't be building for this at the expense of those that are already here. If that makes sense.
I would just say that we've had a public information meeting and letters were sent to all of the surrounding neighbors. So we've had some discussion with them as well. And issues like stormwater management, traffic impact statements, engineering reviews around all of that. That's all part of the site plan approval process. It's basically the same as a development agreement from a review perspective. So I just want to make sure that everyone understands that there's a very significant process when there is a green light, that the scope and scale and parameters of a development are going to be such that what we're discussing today. Yeah, we're not there yet, is really what I'm trying to say. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I live at the top of the hill over on the other side, and Council Deputy Mayor Elliott lives on that side. I think when you start to build things out on the top, all of us are going to be impacted. So I know we send letters to everyone within the 100 yards or whatever it is. But I don't think everyone gets a true reflection of what the impact is until we see it. And I'm not saying we shouldn't do it. I'm just saying, I think having the foresight to look ahead and navigate the pain points, then let's do that certainly ahead of time.
Another question.
Councillor Butler.
There was a slide that showed sort of the layout with the boxes put on it. It might have been that one right there. Just for clarification. So are each of those yellow squares 120 units? Or how does that number?
Sorry, this is just a very high level conceptual exercise, unfinished.
Okay.
We're trying to understand what the location of volumes in the site look like, and precisely to understand issues like the relationship between buildings and open spaces. This one, for example, is playing a little bit with the issue of the sequencing of the construction. But none of these are decisions made. These are all inputs for discussion. I just wanted to bring you a bit of an update from what we presented in the previous presentation about 2 months ago that had only a more basic layout. This all would be a discussion, right? So eventually, and so another thing issue, the approval of this rezoning is a key input into the completion of the design. We could develop a design for the minimum amount of units, and we would have to then see in the early stages of our design process the feasibility of doing that from a financial perspective.
Okay.
But we also want to understand what is sort of the maximum capacity that we could put in it that is still aligned with the rules of the zoning, right? And all the requirements in terms of green spaces, amenities, services, traffic, all of those considerations are important. So there is an exercise of minimum and maximum that eventually drives to an optimum.
Okay. Because I just kept hearing the number 120 units, 120 units. But what is the
I would say that
total-
would be the minimum.
The minimum for the total of the two sites?
That would be the minimum that we would need to build so that it is financially feasible. And there are some questions around that depending on what happens to the parking.
Okay, so my follow-up question to that is just, not that I want to compare both spaces, but if current zoning means you can get 290 units over 5 acres with 3-story buildings, I'm just wondering why there is a request for a zone change between what's existing as an R4.
It's R3.
Yeah.
But I'm wondering why it's not going from an R3 to an R4. Like if it's in terms of, like, there is already an existing zone that would give you the same amount of units over similar acreage or whatever. I'm just wondering what is the significant difference between this new zone outside of the fact that it was presented to us for the East End for very specific buildings. That's sort of the goal for this area as well, as similar type of living as the East End, which would require the different zone.
Yeah. And
If that made any sense whatsoever.
I'm not sure I'm completely understanding where you're going, but I think the biggest thing is we're trying to balance this private investment with an actual contribution to public amenities and trying to build projects that make financial sense for people to actually build. So there's a tension there around, and I understand a lot of these different concerns. And I've been through 10 years of those and different types of change in the town. But I think this zoning that we're presenting provides more flexibility for our needs to be met, is really where we're going with that. The R4 zone, it's really, I'm not sure how much we'll be using that moving forward. As I say, it was a zone that was created to accommodate existing multi-unit. And back in 2017, when we conceived of that, we were dealing with a completely different environment, a different set of circumstances. And frankly, we were operating under the Ivany report at that time, which had completely different projections for the future of the province.
Okay, thank you.
Deputy Mayor?
Thank you. First of all, I want to say that I really appreciate your focus on sustainability and also on talking to people. I haven't heard that a lot from developers. And I guess you're not the average developer because you have this environmental focus. So it's a good package. I wanted to reiterate what my colleagues said about being at the top of the hill, because you're looking at solar and you're looking at energy, and that's great. But we've had some extreme weather here, and the water impact flowing downwards has been significant. And it's worse where everything is taken out and you have bare land, down goes the water. So I just wanted to mention that. And also to say that there are two ways of egress from this development. There's down Highland, and then there's south towards Wolfville Ridge. So it's not that all the traffic will go downhill. There is a choice. And the Ridge Road offers east and west. So it's not bad. So, thank you.
Councillor Palmer?
Just want to be clear here. So Devin, sorry, I didn't get your name. Francesca, the minimum is your 120 units. What do we think the maximum is?
I
know
think
you
just
don't
based
know.
on 2 sites, it would be 240.
Oh, okay, so 240. And there is no
120 times 2.
Right, okay, so that's gonna be maximum. And there is no expectation that we're gonna go over 3 4s.
What?
3 4s,
So,
stories.
yeah, so that's the design exercise that we want to do carefully, right? How much do we need to go up in order to preserve green spaces and community spaces and deal with this rainwater management issues? These are all important. There are trade-offs, and there's also from the net zero energy perspective, there is a trade-off. The higher you go, the harder it is to make the building net zero energy, because you have more energy demand in the same sort of surface for solar capture, right? Solar energy capture. So there are some design inputs that need to be prepared properly, and which is why we need to know what is the maximum density that we're allowed to get into the site, and then start working from there towards what we think is the optimum.
But this is for Director Lake, so but under our new MPS, they could build more than 3 stories, or we could allow them to build more.
Right, I think the current zoning that we're asking for goes up to 6, right?
Yep, up to 6, step back at 4. And my own opinion would be this is a much better site for that type of scale. If you think about a pedestrian standing next to Highway 101 and the scale of the highway, or that type of scale somewhere else in town, I think these are the kinds of things that we have to think about when we're talking about building height. We should be thinking about human experience around these buildings, and how that translates into your quality of life. And so when people are living right next to a highway, I do think that's a big impact on your quality of life. And I think some of this can actually shield that. I think Peter will speak more to some of his projects that have been built next to large pieces of infrastructure as well. So I think these are good sites for this type of density. And we haven't brought them forward in other areas for that reason. And just to speak to what Councillor Elliott's concern is, this type of arterial that comes in and out of town is another reason that these are being considered in these spots, is because there is a second access to get out of the town at Highland and at Gaspereau. So these are all things that are being worked through and thought of as we bring these applications forward.
Yeah. No, so just when the 101 is twinned, is it twinned south or north there? So. It is.
Yeah, so there's a lot of talk
Sorry.
about, oh, is that okay?
No, that's okay. I
Okay.
didn't have my mic on.
Okay, sorry. So yeah, the talk about the two sites and the 120, so a maximum of 240. But a couple of slides back, if you want to pull, you have a couple different phases. You have like phase 1, phase 2, and so there's and some of them are different sizes. So in your phase 1, is that what you plan? Phase 1 plans, like when I'm going back to be done?
No, these are not decisions that have been made. These are ideas that are being considered by the design team. These are inputs into the design team. Here, the issue is timing more than number of units, right? And actually, there's some discussion right now whether we should start building what is labeled here as phase 1, or whether we should start building what is labeled here as phase 2.
Okay,
This would be part of the design discussions.
okay.
And of course, you see, the issue here was raised earlier about the existing building, which in this particular arrangement would be phase 3. Some views are that maybe it should be phase 3 would be more like this. I don't know. Is it 3 phases or 4 phases? I don't know.
Sure.
These are all part of the questions to be answered by the design process.
So would you know when you have 2026 that you may have the first phase or site or whatever you want to call it?
So we would need, so that's a good question. So at least a third of the 120 minimum
Okay.
to be built and rented in the spring of 2026. That's the goal. That would be the goal.
And looking at after transportation and the fact the sidewalk and the bike lane are going to be going in, is that going to be put at the same time that you put the very first 1/3 of the phase in there, right?
So
I mean-
good question. I think this is part of a conversation we need to have with Director Lake. The sidewalk, depending on how we do the construction traffic flows into the site during the construction, there will be trucks and there'll be heavy vehicles going in and out. We may not really want to do the sidewalk before that, right? So the site would need to get to a certain level of stability before we would put a sidewalk. But I think that's something that we would work with you on that, and the public park the same way. There would be a plan, and then the plan would include a timing.
Yeah, I hope to bring a bit of an open space and contribution plan to the public hearing. And so we're working through a process here. This is why we're presenting this to council, is for the feedback on some of the issues that we can explain in more detail. We can bring back some of this contribution in more detail. And I think the will of council and the desires of council is really important to hear at this point, because I will be looking at timing, looking at how these things play out over time, relative to where the market and the absorption rate and their project realities are as well. So we hope to bring more information. I'm taking notes here to sort of detail some of this for you. But yeah, that's all very helpful. We can bring back more on that.
Can I just throw one other thing? I know we haven't talked about it for a while, but we have talked about microtransit from east to west. We really need to think about, if we're building up the hill, that we need to really focus on some, because there's so many people that are coming down to go grocery shopping and they're trying to figure out how do they get up that hill. That's a big hill, right? So and because they're rental units, we have to be mindful that maybe some of these people are coming and going. And so we need to really make sure that we have an access to more transportation up there. So if can be worked into your active transportation group or something, but we just need to be mindful if we're really building up the hill there, how are we gonna get some of these people up there and not just think east to west, but north, south too.
Okay, we have this, there appeared to be two motions connected with this one. Am I right, Director Lake? I believe so. And the reason I ask is we have lunch. That took close to an hour. And we have a number of other things. So I wonder if there are two motions connected with this, maybe we would do those. And then I will ask staff and council what their pleasure is for a break, quick break, a lunch break, bring your lunch back. But shall we get these two motions? Unless Devin has some other.
Councillor McKay, you can see the screen again. Just want to make sure. Did I do
Councillor
that?
McKay, can you see the screen?
Did I do that right?
Yes, I can see the screen. I'm just, can I ask a question?
Sure.
There was lots of questions. I'm not sure that we got fulsome answers to. Director Lake said he's going to certainly go back and look at all those. That's awesome. So if we approve these motions, though, the ball's already in motion without us answering the questions.
We're just simply moving this to first reading, and then we would have a public hearing, and then we would have a second reading after that. So the council will see this 1, 2, 3 more times.
Yeah, but I think we had some issues before where, you know, we got through the motion and then we look at 292, for instance, and I'll go to Councillor Palmer's questions that, you know, we should have asked about parking sooner. So I'm cognizant of the fact that if we move things through and without the questions being answered, and I'm not saying this is a bad idea, just saying I don't know.
So
I'd rather
if
have questions answered than move things forward, unless this is coming back to questions answered at council.
Well, I can provide more information on some of those things. So there would be a piece of traffic work required as part of this. There's a series of engineering plans that are required as part of this. But I do need everyone to understand that those aren't going to come as part of this process. And so that's a different ask. If council would like more diligence on the developer side up front, we should say that now. I can point to the process, and if you go through the land use bylaw, you can see all the requirements, considerations that will happen during a site plan approval.
But this isn't the site
is a
plan I get.
rezoning.
Exactly. This is a rezoning. That's what I'm trying to say. It's the site plan is then up to you, and we set this ball in motion, and it's yours. Totally get it. But the process of rezoning it is ours.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
I think if there's more information, like specific detail or work that is required up front, you should send that through to us. Some of it is really on the developer, and as part of a rezoning, we could ask for more diligence. But you know, admittedly, I'm trying to accelerate these applications in a way that moves these forward in this term of council. So some of that work would take some time.
So Director Lake, if these motions are approved, could you come back at council and maybe in written form itemize what questions can be answered and what questions really are not part of this process? Would that be fair to you?
Yeah, I'm not really seeing anything in here that that wouldn't be addressed in the site plan process. So some of this might necessitate long-term traffic intervention. That wouldn't be any different from the West End or East End plans, for instance. You know, sometimes there's a turning lane or a light or something required as the town builds out. We're talking 20, 30 years usually in those circumstances. We could bring some of that forward. That would be, again, part of the site plan approval. So the architectural, the engineering, I can point in more detail to the process. But what I really need to understand, and that's why this motion is here, talking about public benefit. There's some work that I would like to do with the developer, and that will certainly be brought back at first reading. And before the public hearing, any more design work that the developers would have advanced could be presented at the public hearing as well. But a lot of the pieces that I'm hearing are going to come with the site plan approval.
Which will come back here.
No, which
No,
would be
which
dealt
will
with
come
by
back.
staff,
And
and all of the parameters of those, like when we talk about parking, the parking requirement is very clear. It's in the land use bylaw. They have to meet the requirement. And so all of those, to move through a site plan approach, it is prescriptive. If they want to go outside of those, absolutely, this would come back to council. That would trigger a development agreement.
I guess shall we put the motion on the floor and then see where that goes? Because right now you're asking for a motion to proceed with the beginnings of a zoning change.
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah.
So let's, I'm Councillor Ingham as you're the vice chair of the PAC, are you
I
not?
am. I don't think I am.
think
I
you
don't
might-
think either as well. I will be one.
I think you
Um,
might be.
I would move that the committee of whole forward to council for the first reading, a land use bylaw amendment to change the zoning of properties on Highland Avenue, PIDS 55271738 and 553-50045 from R3 medium density residential to high density residential multi-dwelling unit R/MDU as outlined in the resolution attachment 1. Is that two motions or?
Yeah, I'm just clarifying. It says and, but it looks like. So
You want me to read that all in one or no?
separately, two separate motions.
Separately?
Okay, so that
Okay.
was the first one.
I will
Sec-
second that.
Councillor Butler will second it. Are there any more comments? Questions?
Question?
Call the question?
Yeah.
All those in favor, please indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? That appears to be passed unanimously, and so if you would read the second.
Sure. I would move that committee of the whole forward to council direction to staff to ensure public benefits are negotiated that include a minimum of a sidewalk along Highland Avenue to Pleasant Street with additional details and inclusions to be refined prior to the final package being prepared and the public hearing advertised.
A seconder, please. Deputy Mayor, are there any questions or comments? All the questions. Oh, Councillor McKay? And I cannot see that.
Sorry. So I think that there's a level of critical thinking that we are supposed to do to these so I'm a little bit nervous about where we sit, because as Director Leica said, once it's in the site plan, we have nothing to say about it. So I'm okay with the public benefit, but we're saying it as being at minimum this. So it has nothing about parks. So some things are specifically said in here and other things are not. So I don't like the wording perhaps of the motion. Because it
Can I
seems
just-
like it's restrictive.
Okay.
So
Dr. Lake?
all I'm doing is going to work with the developer to bring back those details that you're asking about, and we don't have them today. And so if there are inclusions that you would like us to speak with the developer about, I am at the will of council to go and speak with the developer about those. That is the role of council in this meeting, is to direct staff around what you would like to see from a public benefit perspective. I have shown slides that indicate some of those that have been part of the early discussion. If there's more, please send them to me, and we will bring that back as part of first reading.
Yeah, I guess that's my question, is because it's specific in the motion and this is drafted, for our consideration. Are others looking for parks, traffic, active transportation, all of those things that we just discussed, but it's not in there. So I guess we can change the motion or say we'll just forward more stuff later. I'm looking to maybe, is it Rob who might answer that question for us, or Devin?
I'm happy to take direction. Yeah, I am taking direction. I'm
Yeah.
writing down a lot of the comments that are being discussed by council. This motion is simply saying that you are directing staff to move forward and negotiate on behalf of council public benefits associated with this development in the vicinity of the development. We have identified parks, trails, as discussed, as Francisco alluded to as well. These are early discussions though. And so I need to develop a framework around some of these. And that's what I'm looking for from council, is some of that direction, some of that thought. I'm happy to take it through this motion if you want to change it, or you can send me a note, or you can discuss it here in the meeting. There's multiple ways to do that.
Is council happy that either things that we have said or things that you can send to Director Lake will become part of his discussion, or do you want to change the motion?
It does
Councillor
have,
Mann?
oh, sorry, I
Yeah,
didn't mean to speak over.
No, you are the, you have. the
Okay,
motion on
sorry.
the floor, so-
No, so I do hear it says with additional details and inclusions to be refined prior. So if it's council's will for me to add active transportation, parks, and maybe have you look at micro transportation with the units on there, I'm happy to do so. But I guess this isn't the final. What I'm hearing from Devin is we can be adding things to this, isn't the final. So I'm not like really concerned about that in that respect, because I'm hearing that there's additional ones that we can propose to you. Is that correct?
Yeah, I just want to be really clear on the process here. So at Committee of the Whole, we're having a fulsome discussion on considerations. I am going to bring back an amended version of this at first reading. So I'm going forward in sort of baby steps. You will then see another approval package that we will then, I'm going to take direction from council to even advertise a public hearing. Okay, so before we move past first reading, which is a few weeks away, we're going to do that at council, hopefully. Then we will advertise for public hearing. You'll hear from the public, and we can still make changes to this type of thing after the public hearing even. So that you have today, which is I admittedly preliminary on this, because I'm looking for direction to go out and negotiate, right? And so that's what we're doing. And then you'll make a decision down the road after the public hearing. So there's multiple shots at this to refine, to talk about those different pieces. I think I have the notes to cover those.
Okay.
And I can bring back some trade-offs, some may be possible, some may not be, but we can have that discussion openly.
Yeah, my concern would be if we put a laundry list in now and then tomorrow you think, oh, what about this? Then it hasn't made it into the laundry list. We do have faith in staff that the points that staff have got today, or the points that somebody may think of falling asleep tonight and send him tomorrow or next week will get considered.
I just want to give some credit to both of the developers. They've been very open to all of these discussions, and I know they're listening intently right now at some of these concerns. And so it's great that they're in the room. And everything else that you send me, I'm definitely open to putting it on the table, and we can discuss that and then bring back in writing sort of, here's the different pieces that we discussed. Here's how those are going to be addressed.
Deputy Mayor?
Yeah, I just wanted to say that this is kind of new, like that the MPS has not presented us with this kind of project much up until this point. It used to be that it was all cut and dried. It was all laid out. You approved it or you didn't approve it. But this is open-ended, and I agree that we need to have faith in Devin to have our best interests at heart, knowing that we can continue to offer input.
So I didn't get a second, right? I read it.
There was a second? Oh, okay, sorry.
I can't even remember.
Yeah.
Oh, it was,
Okay.
what, I see Councillor McKay. Who seconded it? Deputy Mayor, yes. Councillor McKay.
Yeah, it's not that I don't have faith in Devin. That's not what I'm saying. I'm just saying that this is newish to us. So I'm just want to make sure we're not leaving anything out. And as long as we're just continuing to send information his way and a fulsome package comes back, then that's great. I just didn't want to have one thing in the list and then
Fair
was
enough.
just an odd way of worded it. Maybe that was what was said wrong.
Okay, so we have a mover and a seconder. Can we call the question? All those in favor, please indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? That is unanimously approved. I'm just going to take the will of council. We do have lunch that we asked to be brought in. I didn't think we would go this long. I know that that we're in the middle of two similar things, but given how long this last one took, I am fearful it might be. So my suggestion, if you like, is that we will recess for 15 minutes, can have a whatever, grab and go, and even bring it back here. Oh, good. Okay. So members of council and staff, there is food out there.
You'll probably lose me.
Okay, thank you, Councillor McKay. Sorry,
We're
we
gonna
did
break.
not
Yeah.
know it would go that long. Will you be coming back?
Well, not if you take a 15, how long is the next one going to take? Because if you
Well,
have a
we have
break
an
and
in,
then
we
come
have
back.
an in, we have an in camera in, and before we go, we have two or three of the RFAs that you have on the agenda.
Yeah.
So those are going to take some time.
Okay, can we do the,
And we have developers here, so I would think we want to move ahead with, I mean, we can just grab some lunch and come right back. Yeah, so we'll take a 5-minute break and we'll grab lunch, use the washroom, come back, and we will move. Do you think this next one is going to be quite as long, Devin?
I think a lot of the same questions.
And then depending on your time, Jody, we can certainly move right from that into the RFAs and then come back to the, and then we do have an in-camera eventually. Okay, let's take a 5-minute break, grab some food and whatever else you need and come back. They're back. Are we live, David? We are. Thank you for putting up with our brief break, and please excuse myself and anybody who's eating at the council table. That's our life these days. And Director Lake, we'll let you move on to the rezoning of Gaspereau Avenue by Polycorp.
Councilor McKay, you're good on the, you can see? Yep. Okay, so I think quite a few of the process questions will be similar. And we can maybe just, the substance of this isn't drastically different, but I'm gonna, again, have Peter come up, take questions with me, and then we can kind of do a similar format that we just did. I think it's nice to hear from the applicants. So this is a request to rezone a property that has been consolidated over the years. So this was a few different properties and now is one larger property. So it's 4.6 acres. It has access onto Borden and access onto Gaspereau Avenue with significant frontage on Gaspereau Avenue. And again, it borders on Highway 101. It's right across from, just so people are familiar, right across from where Travis Mills has been building, just to make sure everyone knows where we're at. So again, the consideration here is recommendation coming out of Planning Advisory Committee, which was a positive recommendation. I'm not going to go through all that big picture, housing crisis, climate crisis, these different pieces that we were talking about. I'm going straight in, talking about our planning documents and the review that we do. Laura, can I not have this pop up? Okay. And the reason that this is just a cover of the municipal planning strategy on the right, but those are kind of the values, the directions that the town through our planning documents has agreed to. So a lot of those objectives, a lot of those policies that flow out of there are reviewed when we bring this type of application to council. Again, same built form requirements that we're looking at for the other project. Up to 6-story built form with the step back at the 4th story. I won't go through all of these built form requirements. I'll let Peter talk about his intent for the site. Again, there's a subdivision aspect of this. So with the site that we're looking at, there's 2, potentially 3 sites here, depending on Borden, depending on frontages along Gaspereau and how the design details come together. Again, I've already covered this, so I'm trying not to be repetitive, spirit of time. What Mr. Pauly is looking at, and I'll let him speak to this, is at this stage, 3 buildings on the site, as you can see here. Mostly oriented towards Highway 101, leaving green space to the north, moving towards Borden. Some of the considerations and in discussion with developer, this again is similar to that discussion we were having. So there's, didn't mean to do that, sorry. Yeah. So sidewalk connection to Pleasant again. More than likely not on the side that I have the arrow, probably on the east side. We also have a large road reserve here that is a space that isn't the most visually appealing as you're coming into Wolfville. And I've been in discussions with Peter around streetscaping with a sidewalk contribution. We've talked about entry signage. We've talked about little parklets. We've talked about other trail connectivity. Moving to the west, maybe dependent on how the provincial highway would look at that, but there's a lot of people that are already moving along the highway corridor. And again, this is just like the other file. I would welcome feedback on this as we move this file forward. So again, this process-wise, this must be considered by council. I've gone through all of these different process pieces already, so I won't repeat myself, and I'll invite Peter Polly up here just to go through his proposal for council and to take questions with me. So Peter, do you want to jump up here? Your slides, you could maybe sit here just so you're not right on top of my food. And your slides are here. I think that'll work. Yeah. You can just turn that one on. Right button.
Thank you, Devin. Thanks to the mayor and members of council for allowing us to participate in this process here today. We've got a bit of a presentation that touches a bit on the property, but speaks more to speaking about ourselves and what we've done here in Wolfville over the last 15 years. So we're a Halifax-based company, but a large chunk of our assets are here in Wolfville. We have the overview of the property here in the foreground. Just a few nice shots of the property. Woodman's Grove project. We installed the street there in summer of 2007. 36 single-family house lots and 6 multi-unit residential buildings. We started the first one, I believe, in 2010, and we're just completing the 6th one there now. So per the discussion earlier, it's about 290 units on about 5 acres in total. The new building under construction in the foreground there is it was approved for 74 units. As it turned out, we only have 72 units in that building. So just a few different perspectives of what 290 units looks like on 5 acres. And these are all 3 stories with 1 floor of parking under the building. Typically, we have more than 1 parking space per unit under the building because our buildings are deeper than normal. So a lot of the parking spaces are actually two spaces deep. You can see the bottom photo there. We've got significant community gardens, some different landscape amenities we've done at the project. The new building on the bottom there, get a lot of comments on how it looks now. So this building, our plan is to install almost 500 kilowatts on the roof. This slide says 400, but the last run of the numbers that we've done over the last week, we should be able to get almost 500 kilowatts, which will produce quite a bit more electricity than this building will need. And so we are actually in the process of planning a little district energy system. So we'll be able to export electricity to other buildings in the neighborhood across the street. Walkway connections on the site. That's the little bridge that we built to connect to the Harvest Moon Trail. And there's a perimeter walking trail that goes around the project. We are in the process of purchasing about 30 e-trikes for residents to be able to use. We actually did a survey out to our residents. We actually had an 86% response rate from our residents, which I think is unheard of for anybody that knows anything about surveys. But people are very excited about these. I think right now we have, I believe, 85 e-bikes on site. But we want to have something so that for people who might be a little bit older or not quite in the sort of physical shape that they would be comfortable on a bike, but thinking that they would be very much at ease on an e-bike. So we're hoping these will become a fixture in downtown Wolfville, as people are able to shuttle back and forth. And it will actually displace some of the parking requirements downtown and some of the automotive traffic. So the community garden has been a huge success there. They actually have a bit of a lottery pool to get access to the gardens. And we started off with 3 or 4 plots, and then every year we've been adding a bit more as the community has grown, and we plan to do some more directly adjacent to the new building. Another project that we have under construction in Halifax. This building will be probably, we're just doing a bit of a reconfiguration, but about 226 units in 2 towers. And this is actually on about 2 acres of land. And that's right on Dunbrack Street in Halifax. Another project we completed, this one was the largest LEED Platinum multi-unit residential building registered in Canada in 2018. So it actually had a very high LEED Platinum score, and that was a 72-unit condominium complex. We're a bit of an oddball in the local or in the Halifax area development community. Historically, we've run across this wider chunk of the spectrum than a lot of people. Most people stick to one function, but we've done multi-unit residential development. We've also done single-family development, semi-custom home building, constructed townhouses, and condominiums as well. So this was an award-winning project that we did in Halifax. Here, did a very complicated land transaction with the city and ended up building 76 houses. A lot of people would say that this is the nicest community in all of HRM for people to live in. And every one of these houses is a insulated concrete form house. So that means all of the exterior walls are poured concrete, and everyone is in-floor radiant heat with a time of day electric heating system. Oops. 85 unit condominium project. This is at the corner of Barrington and former Cornwallis Street. Not sure what the new name is, but condo project. This would be just up the hill from the casino in downtown Halifax. This is where it started about 20 years ago. This is the north end of Barrington Street, right next to the McKay Bridge. And this was the site where in the initial stages, I was very concerned about noise from the directly adjacent Barrington Street, the large port terminal that's just on the other side of Barrington Street, and the McKay Bridge, which is only a few hundred feet away. So trucks coming down the McKay Bridge headed to Halifax and going down the hill on Barrington Street to downtown Halifax, a lot of noise from engine brakes. And so this is where we first looked at building the buildings with the insulated concrete form system. So all of the exterior walls are poured concrete. And speaking to the point that was raised earlier about being next to the highway here and highway noise, when you're in these buildings here on the north end of Barrington Street, which would be as noisy or noisier than Highway 101 here in Wolfville, you can't hear a thing. And this building actually has double glazed windows. In the newer buildings, we're only using triple glazed windows, so they're even quieter. It's loud on the decks, but when you're in your units, it's very quiet. So there you can see the McKay Bridge in the background, and there's quite a significant port facility directly between us and the harbor there. high-end single-family home development that we did, and we actually live on that street, and that's the infamous Dead Man's Island in the foreground, bottom right in the top photo. Alleged burial ground of a bunch of American soldiers from the War of 1812. So back to the site. This is a pretty rudimentary site plan. I realize that. But just in terms of trying to give a bit of an idea of the massing that we would be looking to achieve on the site. These footprints, each one of them would be able to accommodate between 100 and 120 units. We would be looking at a 6-story format. We might claw that back to 5 just because of the restriction in this zone on the flat roof versus the sloped. You can't have a sloped roof on a building higher than 50 feet. So if we want to go to 60 feet, we would be into a flat roof scenario. So we are just in the process now of getting a topo survey organized and starting the in-depth design process. The back area of the site that borders on Borden Avenue, there are a couple of majestic oak trees in there. One in particular is probably 4 feet in diameter. So we would be looking to work around those and just have fairly minor driveway type access going out to Borden, so that it gives us second access and also pedestrian walkway for people to be able to go out the back. We would be looking to cover the roof of this with solar panels as well, and we should be able to achieve net zero with it as well. We're in the process of installing 634 EV chargers, which should be done by the end of the year. I believe it's probably the largest single company EV rollout in the country. We were a successful applicant under NRCan's ZVIP program. So we have quite a number of EVs on site at Woodman's Grove today, and we've got basically people charging them with extension cords run all around the parking garage, but a tremendous amount of inquiries from our residents about being able to get access to some EV chargers ASAP. The construction we're looking at would be the same as what we've done at all of Woodman's Grove. Everything is concrete and steel, poured concrete exterior walls, interior structure is all concrete and steel. So just back to the little road going out to adjacent Borden Avenue. This is a nice picture just this side of downtown Kentville off the Harvest Moon Trail. So I'm picturing a fairly modest driveway running out to Borden like this, so that we don't get into disturbing too much of the large tree areas, so that people can walk around the community. Chances are good that with the number of people that we have at Woodman's Grove, that most of you have friends or family that are there and are familiar with the finishes in the buildings. Quite a few of the finishes are actually nicer than the finishes in my own house. I live in a house that's 22 years old now, and we would be upgrading to move to Woodman's Grove ourselves. So everything we do, we try to make it low maintenance. Vinyl siding, the new building up there, most people would never notice because it's such an obscure item, but the metal cladding in the outside isn't steel, it's actually aluminum. The metal cladding on the roof isn't steel, it's aluminum. We're building stuff that like 100 years from now, that stuff should look as good as it does today. It'll never rust. Same thing here. All of the railings are aluminum. Everything that's recycled plastic decking held down by stainless steel screws. We're trying to build stuff that is completely maintenance free. So what we will be looking at the new project is a bunch of amenity space between the buildings to support the amount of density that we're proposing. And the Woodman's Grove, we used to have a wait list, but we found that it was extremely difficult to administer. And then you would have people, it was impossible to administer because there were so many people wanting to live there. We now maintain what we call the availability list, which is a list of people who want to be kept informed of availability. We are at about 2,000 people on that list now. So every time a unit comes up, it goes out by email to 2,000 people. So I know that looking at 3 or possibly 4 buildings on this site in this size range, that's a lot of density. There are a lot of people who would like to live in a very nice building that's super energy efficient, that has the EV chargers in Wolfville. And we're very keen to work with the town on this project. We do have a core little group of carpenters that work for us full time. We've got about 15 guys now on site, and the new building is just about completely drywalled. So we will be winding down on that building later this summer. So we're looking at this as a great opportunity to get started on the site work here as soon as we are able to, and to get in the ground late this summer or this fall. So if the town does see fit to approve this, I basically need to keep the guys going. It's a big consideration for me. These are all, blue collar, local guys who depend on us. A lot of them have young families, and if I don't keep them working, I will quickly lose them. So whereas some projects you might be looking at approving, not knowing when or if the developer will plan to start them, here we've got the exact opposite situation. I'm highly motivated to get going, to keep my crew at work and get them started. And I don't make any proclamations that we're the fastest operator in town, but we will settle into this site and we will just slowly grind our way through it over the next 5 to 8 years, and churn out what I think would be a housing product that the town will ultimately be very, very proud of. Yep.
I'm sure we'll have comments and questions, but in the next one on, maybe the first motion, and then we'll open it up to discussions.
Okay, I would move that Committee of the Whole forward to Council for first reading a land use bylaw amendment to change the zoning of property on Gasbro Avenue, PID 55274575 from R3 medium density residential to high density residential multi-dwelling unit R/MDU as outlined in the resolution attachment 1. That's the first one, please.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. Questions of staff?
Can't hear.
Oh, your microphone's on. Oh,
Sorry.
sorry. I never even knew.
Sorry, so we had a mover and a seconder, and now questions to staff. Councillor Palmer.
Pretty much the same questions as before, really. How many units in total will they be here, Devin, or capable of?
I think with the larger road frontage, there's probably opportunity for up to 300 units on this site.
And when you go to build these, Mr. Paula, you'd said that you would, your parking, you're going underground for parking. Up there, you'd have to, I'm sure you'd have to blast there. Is that a consideration?
Yes, we're actually very excited about that. Gravel,
So
gravel is ridiculously expensive.
Yes.
So we're actually looking at blasting the rock on the front corner. I don't know if any of you have ever seen a portable crusher, but we've had them on multiple sites, and they're quieter than a rock breaker. So we would plan to amass and stockpile a pile of gravel to be used around around the buildings and under the buildings and to construct the driveways with the rock that we will be cutting out of the front corner there.
And nobody from the staff sees any problems with that. Alex, I guess I'm looking at Alex.
The answer was no. Okay, other questions? Councillor Butler?
So how many, this is just one lot or is this multiple lots?
As it sits right now, it has been consolidated over the last 2 or 3 years to be one lot.
Okay.
So we would be looking to subdivide it into as many lots as we would have buildings. Just, it makes it easier for us to do our financing like that.
Okay. I wonder if that could be explained a little bit more to me, just because the zoning permits up to 120 dwelling units per lot. So if it's only one lot at the moment, how is that then split up to accommodate 300 units?
So there could be practically 3 lots. The minimum lot requirements, they could probably do more lots, but there's a number of other requirements like road frontage, parking, setbacks that really limit using that as the only metric. So we think practically there's probably 3 lots there over the almost 5 acres. And that's what we've been discussing. And so
Okay.
that's why I say, we're talking about over time, probably up in the 300 units.
Okay.
Yeah.
I do have a second question. With such a need for housing currently, is there a date that has been determined for when the last building at Woodman's Grove will be available to people to move into?
We should have units available there this fall.
Okay.
September, October. So literally the drywall is getting finished. The flooring is all on site. All of the doors are coming in about 2 weeks. So
Okay.
the end is near there.
Thank you.
Okay. Other questions? Councillor McKay?
Thank you. Just piggybacking off of Councillor Butler. So this was a plot of land that had different PIDs amalgamated to one and now subdividing it again into 3 different ones.
Correct. Yeah, this would be a very typical type of outcome for lot consolidation and subdivision. We're seeing this all. Marcia is dealing with subdivision every day like this.
And subdivision, I'd have to go back and look at our NPS and I'll go refresh my own memory on that. So I have all the same questions I had on the first one in terms of concerns. So just ditto, I guess. And Devin, you have a list, you said, so thank you.
That may actually, some of those concerns may come into the next motion.
I think,
Councillor Ingham?
yeah, because I just want to speak to a couple of concerns that Councillor Madeira Voss did have at planning, and that was that we approved 6 stories for the east end, and this is proposed 6 stories also, right? And so that kind of came, I think we did express that came into a little bit of a surprise because we were thinking that the 6 stories we approved over there was like a one-off. So you have to consider that this is also 6 stories too. And as we move along, if other developers come along and they want 6 stories, we would have to approve it also. Is that how this works, Devin?
No, I think I stated earlier, we have a policy in our planning documents that doesn't account for you having to approve anything. And it really encourage council to realize that it is the prerogative of council to approve these things. And so I can't predict what will come from applications in the future and people asking for things. That's really outside of my control. I'm taking private investment that's looking to invest in the community, and I'm bringing it in front of council. And the decision really lies with council, how we look at these things. From my professional experience, I'm bringing forward sites that I think are appropriate for this scale. So, and I've shown those maps. I don't think there's a ton of other sites in the short term that you'll see. I think during the plan review, there will be pressure on the new council to, given the needs, approve different formats of housing. But right now, we're just dealing with the things that are in front of us. So we dealt with the East End. We're now dealing with this ask.
I'm just bringing it up because it was a conversation and I'm not saying I'm against the 6 stories in that location at all. That's not what I'm saying. It just, I think it came to a surprise to some of the councillors when, and some people on PAC when it came, it's like 6 stories, because that was a bit of a contentious issue when we talked about it initially. I'm not saying this location doesn't warrant it. That's not what I'm saying. I just want the public to be aware that, you know, we have to take that into consideration too. That's all. I'm not saying I'm against it. That's not what I'm saying. I just want people to be aware that it is 6 stories.
Deputy Mayor?
Yes, and we're also probably going to be looking at 6 stories at the top of Stonegate subdivision, so that's the way it is. I just want to throw a little thank you in. Oh, sorry.
No,
What?
you're on. You're good.
I-
No, you're off.
Oh,
You're on.
why were you waving your
No,
hand?
I was just wondering, I asked Devin if it was okay if I did add a bit of commentary
Sure.
on some of the comments by staff. Just to give you a bit better understanding of, call it, I won't say more global trends, but certainly what we've seen in the Halifax market. When I first started in the development business more than 30 years ago now, a big building in Halifax was 36 units, 4 stories. That grew to 48, grew to 60. The cost of everything keeps going up and up and up and up and up. And if you look at what's happened historically, rents have been relatively flat. And that's because of the benefit of, you know, the lowest interest rates ever, not just in a generation, but ever over the last 20 years. But because of the economies of scale that are made possible by the buildings getting larger. So in the last 20 years, buildings have gone from 48 units to 60 to 72 to 96 to 120 to now in Halifax, you're seeing these massive buildings being built that are 200 units. But it's because a lot of the costs when you go to the building are relatively fixed. You know, there are certain jump points, say like the decision to go from 1 elevator to 2, but that 1 elevator, whether you're putting in 12 units or 120 units, the elevator basically costs the same. Doesn't make much difference in the elevator cost, whether you're building a 3-story building or a 6-story building. The only incremental cost is, you know, the little steel rails on the side of the wall. So because of the cost pressures that industry has been under, and it is a highly competitive market from our perspective of trying to build a high quality product and to take it to market at a reasonable price. The benefits of the larger building, the benefit of the 6-story building over the 3-story building, I can't emphasize enough. The roof is very expensive. You can cover twice as much volume of space with a 6-story building than with a 3-story building because of just the relative relationship there. So that's why we were very excited by the town creating this zone with the 6-story height limit. It would be very difficult to do Woodman's Grove again, to build that in the 3-story format, you know, to build the, you know, super energy efficient concrete buildings like we are doing with the, you know, at the rent levels that we've been able to pump the product out there in the past. So I can't say enough about the benefits of the 6-story format in terms of letting us build a volume of building at a reasonable price versus the 5 or 4 or 3, because a lot of the costs are fixed.
Thank you, Mr. Pollan. Deputy Mayor?
Yes, you noted at the planning meeting, Mr. Polly, about the trees and looking at the drone image that's a wonderful parcel of forest inside the town. You know, it's not as big as Reservoir Park, but I just appreciate that you are, you see the value in those old oaks and want to keep them as much as is possible. So I encourage you, be
Yeah.
steadfast.
Yeah, there's one in particular there. I mean, I would feel bad cutting it down. Like it's got to be bigger than 4 feet in diameter. So we've got it located now with the GPS, and we've got it on the next version of the site plan for all of the major trees, because we want to work around them.
Thank you. Devon, I have a question of, I guess it's to confirm my understanding, has to do with UARB. And this would be something else I'd want our residents to know. It's my understanding that having approved one area, if another project or other projects were approved that would fall into the same scenario, that an area we have already approved, that should a council not approve a second one, the UARB would probably turn that over at a legal cost to a municipality. Do I understand the power of the province in something like this correctly, or am I misunderstanding? Was that clear?
Well, the test at the UARB is, are applications consistent with your planning documents, right? So in a rezoning context, it's different than a development agreement. And so I think you're mostly referring to a development agreement context. So yeah, we're looking here to change the zoning map is really what we're doing, and then proceed with development rights.
So UARB would not overturn a zone in a municipality.
So there is an appeal mechanism when you're changing the land use bylaw, for sure. But I think when you're changing areas of the town that can have different development rights, it's different than approving some of the DAs that we've had in the past where we have so much detail loaded into those. And that's often the dispute that we've been having is, on more finite detail. But yes, your question, I think, is, can the UARB make decisions for council in some cases? Yes.
Yes. Well, I'm actually thinking about a scenario where a council, not this council, a council didn't approve something that a developer felt was consistent with something else that had been approved in the town. That developer has the right to appeal that to the UARB. All right, I just wanted to clarify that, something that we should understand maybe a little better than probably I do. Are there other questions? Are we ready for the question? All those in favor, please indicate by saying aye. Aye. Opposed? I think that was unanimous, and Councillor Ingham, there's a second one with that as well.
I would move that committee of the whole forward to council direction to staff to ensure public benefits are negotiated that include a minimum of sidewalk along Gasbro Avenue to Pleasant Street, with additional details and inclusions to be refined prior to the final package being prepared and public hearing advertised.
Seconder, thank you, Deputy Mayor. Any questions, comments of staff? Expect the same.
Yeah, it's say with the same condition.
With the same opportunity, and I understand that anything that council sends individually to Director Lake will come back to council with his next report. Okay. All right, all those in favor, please indicate by saying aye. Aye. Opposed? That is also passed. Councillor McKay, if I can ask you, I don't know what your timing is like, and we can rejig this agenda a little bit if you have limited time. What works for you?
So I just need to call it up here. Sorry.
Basically, what we have left are quickly committee reports external, which should go, I would think, quite quickly. Then the agenda items, of which I think you've put all of them on. And then we were going to go in camera.
Sure, I can do committee reports and that. I may miss the in-camera unless
Okay.
it's crucial.
All right, okay. We will go quickly. I don't think this will be too long. Councillor Butler, anything to add on your report?
Councillor Ingham is my alternate attended.
Right. As submitted, any questions? Thank you. Councillor McKay, WBDC.
As submitted.
Any questions for Councillor McKay? I guess we had an opportunity to talk this morning. Deputy Mayor, Grand Prairie Marsh Body AGM. Submitted. Questions? And the IMSA agreement with for King's Transit and Valley Waste for me as submitted, if there are any questions. All right. We have 3 requests for agenda items, and what we would, you all have those reports. I guess we decide, we may have a motion on any of these if we would like, and I think these are all yours, Councillor McKay. So I would assume if we have a motion for them to go forward, Councillor McKay would move them. And the direction would be for staff to come back with a report, and then we get a seconder. So Councillor McKay, do you want to briefly speak to each of them, but start with communications plan?
Sure. Communications plan. We've had some discussion about this in the past. It was just to perhaps have staff, I guess, maybe mainly Barb Shaw come back with a policy. I did link one, the municipality of District of Lunenburg had one, but there are multiples out there. So if it was agreeable to council to have staff come back with a policy and what that might look like from communications, not just social media, but how we communicate with each other or website or anything else that might be helpful for us to understand the way in which we do it.
Okay. And I must say, I don't know if we usually have a motion for these or if we just agree that it should be directed to staff to come back. Rob, what do you think?
I'm uncertain, your worship, because of my brevity here with
Yeah,
the
we won't do
organization.
this.
So normally, if we get just direction from council and that, it's just that consensus of this is what council's wishes are. So,
Okay. Would it be the wishes of council to give direction to staff to come back with, if not a full policy, but then at least preliminary information to create a communications policy? I'm asking council.
I just have a question.
Barb might
Based on that.
benefit for some clarification.
But yes, Councillor.
Okay.
If Barb, if you could wait, Councillor Butler.
I'm just wondering if no motion is required of council, why is it on the request for agenda item form?
Because it's the name of the form, request to
It's-
put it on the a
it's just a
future
bit.
agenda.
Okay,
That's what it is, to put it on a future
I
agenda.
believe too.
Okay.
Sorry, and I believe as well, Counselor, that in terms of for staff to take direction from council as a whole, it helps to facilitate that process, I believe. Yes, so, yeah.
okay. Each of them are checked to have a motion for approval by council, but if we don't need to do that, then we don't. need to do that.
Sometimes. Barb?
Thank you. Through Mayor Donovan, to Councillor McKay for clarification. There was a previous social media policy that was brought forward in 22 that was tabled in hopes that we would do a full communications plan. Communications plan is a lengthy process. It kept kind of being pushed from my work plan because of all the other special projects that were landing. What I'm hearing today is a communications policy. I'm seeking clarification. They're very different things. A plan usually involves engagement, there's strategy, and then we can pull policy from that. Keeping in mind that when we came forward in 22 with the draft social media policy, that was because there was actually staff were requiring or requesting direction on specific things like content moderation. So I just want clarification on what the expectation is so that I can ensure deliverables within a timeline that works for council.
Councillor McKay, do you want to respond to that?
Sure. I think we should take the social media policy back, revisit it, and how we use blooms. I think it's not clear, especially if you're going to have a new council coming in as part of the orientation of how we use the devices and how we communicate to the public, and where we might find that information if we were sharing it. We also had it when we had the discussion last week on the budget and how we communicate out to on the various questions that we get. So I'd like to see it as a holistic document. I'm not sure how long that will take, to be honest with you, Barb. You would know better than I, but I guess maybe at least how we use social media, blooms, the website, all things public facing. We could start there and then see how we might communicate with each other. And maybe that's something for the new council to look at.
I wonder if we might put it as an agenda item for discussion so that
Sure.
everyone on council could say, these are the things that I feel, you know, not to come back at this stage with the policy, but have a chance to say, these are things that I'm hearing. I had an email from an elderly resident who said, I don't use social media or a computer. I would really like something in my water bill. So maybe just to put it on the agenda, have a discussion, what are we hearing? And then come up with where we think it might go from there. But if we could direct staff for future agenda item. And I would suggest in this council, because this council knows what people are telling us, it may take the next council a while to get up to speed, depending on how much turnover there is. Would that be helpful?
Yes, and through you, Mayor Donovan, to all of council. So I have brought forward previously presentations on how we use these different tools. Those materials are ready to go. It's what we use to train staff internally. And we've used those consistently as we were doing engagement in the build out of our website, and the same process we went through for Wolfville Blooms. I'm happy to bring that back and kind of do a fulsome review of all our channels, remind folks how our accessibility standards fit with that. I can also at that time bring forward the draft policy that was tabled in 22. And the other piece that I could do is I could just map for you what a communications plan would look like, because that's actually a good idea, but it takes longer.
Yeah. Okay, so I think the intent is not to not to have you do a whole bunch of new work now, but to give us a chance to have a fulsome discussion. That good? So take that as staff direction. Donation policy. Councillor McKay.
Thank you. Donation policy was to enable it. Firstly, I mean, we have it, but we don't really use it. Secondly was to enable through the finance department to be able to collect the donations, however that may look, because I don't think we can do pre-authorized debits. We don't take payments online. We can't come in and make donations to the monthly fund, say. And then
I've done that. You just can go to Annette and give her a check for the monthly fund.
okay. But you can't do it like electronically, I don't believe.
I don't know.
People have asked me that, so something like that. And then I think
You can.
you can. I did not hear that, sorry.
Apparently you can, but sounds like we need information on what we can and aren't doing or what's there.
Okay, and then if we were going to say collect donations for somewhere like a Randall House, could we do that? That would be in addition to the policy. And I'm not sure if we actually have in there too, following up to our discussion this morning on receiving donations that are things like a boxcar. How does that work? Because honestly, I don't know how we got a boxcar. As
Came
nice
from the
as,
sky.
yeah, well,
Blame God.
so, yeah. So maybe how we receive and how that's measured.
Other comments from council? Is this another one that we could
We could clarify.
clarify? I believe that the donations policy was done under Director McLean, so it's probably somewhere in the finance department where that fell. Okay, that's good. And compost pickup, I think that was also yours, Councillor McKay. I almost called you Compost McKay. Sorry.
That's okay. Yeah, so this was, I don't want to change any motions that we've done previously to compost sites or anything like that. But what I would like to ask if it is possible for us to do pickups, similar to what we did just this past week, that we had actually wonderful communication from Barb. Thank you on that. To pick up all of the excess goods that were left behind. Could we do something similar for compost until there might be some changes in the environment that we might want to do something different? I think it's provides service to all of the people who are missing the compost site. And I also think as we move into fire season, that people having brown bags full of compost in their backyard is probably not a great idea, as we stated earlier. And we just heard from Remo, Councillor Ingham and I, how it's important to not have things close to your house and all these kinds of things, and how the safety for Burn Smart was. So I would like to entertain that. I don't know if I can make a motion to that right now, or if staff if I need staff to come back with a recommendation.
It's Rob here, Counselor. Just try to get my mind wrapped around it, and it's more procedure. So previously, council gave us direction in relation to, and our Director of Public Works is continuing to explore that. So I'm just musing as to whether this is an amendment in relation to, this is in addition to the task that's already been assigned by council that Councillor D'Souza, or sorry, Director D'Souza is working on, or is this in lieu of that?
In addition to.
Okay, super, thank you.
Does that require a motion?
No, because if it's a secondary motion related to the same thing, but it's not an amendment to the original motion,
just
so,
direction
yeah,
is fine?
exactly, yeah.
All right, are we in agreement to give that direction to staff to look at that as an addition to what we've already said? I see head shaking, okay. I see nobody for public input and there's nobody online. So I think if I could have a motion to adjourn to in camera under section 22(2)(a) of the Municipal Government Act, land acquisition. Thank you, Councillor Butler. Thank you. No, we're adjourning to in camera.